Το παιχνίδι είναι διασκεδαστικό μόνο όταν σκέφτεσαι από την αρχή τα όρια σου. Είναι ασφαλές μόνο όταν βλέπεις ότι παίζεις σε νόμιμο περιβάλλον. Είναι ευχάριστο μόνο όταν ακούς τη λογική και όχι το συναίσθημα. Το παιχνίδι παραμένει παιχνίδι μόνο όταν μιλάς ανοιχτά για αυτό. Το ασφαλές παιχνίδι μας αφορά όλους. Δήλωσε συμμετοχή και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 3 έως 9 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Παιχνίδι είναι, θέλει όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. παιχνίδι είναι διασκεδαστικό μόνο όταν σκέφτεσαι από την αρχή τα όρια σου. Είναι ασφαλές μόνο όταν βλέπεις ότι παίζεις σε νόμιμο περιβάλλον. Είναι ευχάριστο μόνο όταν ακούς τη λογική και όχι το συναίσθημα. Το παιχνίδι παραμένει παιχνίδι μόνο όταν μιλάς ανοιχτά γι' αυτό. Το ασφαλές παιχνίδι μας αφορά όλους. Δήλωσε συμμετοχή και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 3 έως 9 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Παιχνίδι είναι, θέλει όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Το παιχνίδι είναι διασκεδαστικό. Μόνο όταν σκέφτεσαι από την αρχή τα όρια σου. Είναι ασφαλές. Μόνο όταν βλέπεις ότι παίζεις σε νόμιμο περιβάλλον. Είναι ευχάριστο. Μόνο όταν ακούς τη λογική και όχι το συναίσθημα. Το παιχνίδι παραμένει παιχνίδι μόνο όταν μιλάς ανοιχτά γι' αυτό. Το ασφαλές παιχνίδι μας αφορά όλους. Δήλωσε συμμετοχή και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 3 έως 9 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Παιχνίδι είναι, θέλει όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 5th Safer Gambling Conference will begin in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 5th Safer Gambling Conference will begin in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The 5th Safer Gambling Conference, organized by the National Betting Authority, is about to begin. Before the official start of the conference, we would like to briefly draw your attention to a few operational matters in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. First, please make sure that your mobile phone is switched to silent mode. You will find a QR code in front of you, which you can scan to access the agenda of the conference. For free internet access, simply connect to the Open Wireless Network under the name Hilton Honors Meeting. For any further information or assistance that you may require during the conference, please don't hesitate to contact the IMH Secretariat outside. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the conference's chair, Joerg Hofmann, head of the Betting and Gaming Group at MELCHERS law firm in Germany.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th Safer Gambling Conference. My name is Joerg Hofmann, and I have the pleasure and the honor to serve as chair of this conference. So whenever something is wrong, whenever you need anything, just approach me, and I'm happy to make things better if I can. I want to tell you that I attended 4 gaming conferences during the last 3 weeks, and safer gambling, or as it's also called in the industry, thank you, responsible gambling, that is something really important. It deserves highest priority. This is because there are always new technologies, new games, new markets, new player demands, but also new jurisdictions and new regulations coming up. And so we can see there is a development. It deserves highest recognition for the NBA to put together a conference and a whole week that is dedicated to safer gambling, because we cannot imagine anything else being more important than exchanging knowledge, experience, visions, and views on that very important topic. This is what you do, and this is what became the #1 conference in the world for safer gambling expertise. I'm attending this conference now for the 3rd time, and I know what I'm speaking about. It's not only set up in a wonderful environment and most professionally organized, the lineup of speakers and attendees is high profile. So we can all come with great expectations, and we will see all these expectations will be met at the end of the day. Let me give you some advice how to start communicating with the panelists. You've seen some brochures on your table probably, introducing you a conference communications system which is called Convenience. Sorry, it's not called Convenience, it's called Conference, conference.com. If you take your smartphone and go to www.convenience.com, you will find a service that allows you to tap on different buttons. One of these is questions. So if you have a question and want to raise it to one of the speakers or the moderators or presentators on this conference, simply use this function and type in your question. If you do not want to do it via computer or via smartphone, you can certainly raise your hand, and we've got a microphone here which will then be brought to you, and you can raise this question as well. There are more functions in this Convenience app. You can also rate the speakers by clicking at the specific button, and you can rate the overall success of this conference, and we highly appreciate if you do that later to give us some feedback how it worked out for you personally. That being said, I do not want to waste more time in welcoming you all, which is my great pleasure, but I'm looking forward to hearing 2 high-profile welcome addresses. And for the first welcome address this morning, we are pleased to welcome our host on stage, the president of the National Betting Authority in Cyprus, Mrs. Ioanna Fiakkou. Would you please come over to the stage, please? And I think this is worth a round of applause, because Mrs. Fiakkou stands for this successful conference, of course, with her whole team. I may introduce you here. Good morning, and welcome. The floor is yours.
Αξιότιμη κύριε Υπουργέ, αξιότιμη Επίτροπε φίλε Παναγιώτη Σεντώνα, αξιότιμοι οι προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, θα ήθελα να σας καλωσορίσω στο 5ο Συνέδριο Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων. Είναι με ιδιαίτερη ικανοποίηση που φέτος το συνέδριο πραγματοποιείται διαζώσεις μετά από 2 χρόνια διαδικτυακής παρουσίας, που μας δίδεται επιτέλους η ευκαιρία να ανταλλάξουμε απόψεις και προβληματισμούς που αντιμετωπίζει ο τομέας των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, καθώς και τις προκλήσεις που θα καλεστεί να αντιμετωπίσει το επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα. Αξιότιμε κύριε Υπουργέ, επί τη ευκαιρία της εδώ παρουσίας σας, θα θέλαμε να συγχαρούμε εσάς και τον προκάτοχο σας, καθώς επίσης το προσωπικό του Υπουργείου Υγείας και των Υπηρεσιών Υγείας, που άοκνα αντιμετωπίσατε τις τόσες δυσκολίες, ούτως ώστε να ξεπεράσουμε σε μεγάλο βαθμό την πανδημία με τον καλύτερο δυνατό τρόπο και να είμαστε σήμερα και να επανερχόμαστε σήμερα στα δεδομένα των πριν-πανδημίας. Επίσης, θα ήθελα να εκφράσω τις θερμές μας ευχαριστίες που ενστερνιστήκατε τις ανησυχίες και απόψεις μας, αποδεχθήκατε ένθερμα τη στρατηγική ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 2022-2025, εκφράζοντας την ετοιμότητά σας για να προχωρήσουμε στο επόμενο βήμα. Το σημερινό συνέδριο τελεί υπό την αιγίδα του Υπουργού Υγείας και αυτό σηματοδοτεί την αλλαγή της προσέγγισης και αντίληψης της πολιτείας έναντι των επιβλαβών συνεπειών από την υπέρμετρη ενασχόληση του κοινού με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Κυρίες και κύριοι, το σημερινό συνέδριο αποτελεί το έναυσμα των εργασιών και δράσεων της 5ης Εβδομάδας Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού. Να αναφέρω εντάχει ότι η εβδομάδα θεσμοθετήθηκε για να μιλήσουμε ανοιχτά σε ένα ασφαλές περιβάλλον για τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, με ακαδημαϊκούς, ειδικούς, επαγγελματίες, αλλά και ανθρώπους της διπλάνης πόρτας. Για να βεβαιωθούμε πως παίζουμε με σκοπό τη διασκέδαση, να μιλήσουμε για την πρόληψη, να συζητήσουμε όσα μας προβληματίζουν και να αναγνωρίσουμε τα πρώτα σημάδια ενδεχόμενου προβλήματος. Μέσα από τις δράσεις που θα πραγματοποιηθούν κατά τη διάρκεια της εβδομάδας, η Αρχή επιχειρεί να ενημερώσει, να ευαισθητοποιήσει και παράλληλα να εμπλέξει και να κινητοποιήσει το ευρύτερο κοινωνικό σύνολο στην προσπάθεια προώθησης του ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού και προστασίας του κοινού από τις συνέπειες της προβληματικής ενασχόλησης με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Κυρίες και κύριοι, μετά από 2 χρόνια πανδημίας, η οικονομία επέρχεται σε ρυθμό ανάπτυξης. Ενδεικτικά, να αναφέρουμε ότι σε εθνικό επίπεδο το ποσοστό των εσόδων από τη στοιχηματική δραστηριότητα το 2016 ανήλθε στο 0,99% του ΑΕΠ. Το 2019 κατέγραψε ουσιαστική αύξηση σημειώνοντας ποσοστό 3,33% και το 2020 παρά τη συρρίκνωση του ΑΕΠ. Κατά 6,5% το ποσοστό των εσόδων στοιχήματος ως προς το ΑΕΠ ανήλθε στο 2,87%, με το 2021 να αυξάνεται στο 3,34% και να επανέρχεται έτσι στα προ-πανδημίας επίπεδα. Είναι σημαντικό να αναφερθεί επίσης ότι τα ποσοστά αναδεικνύουν την αποτελεσματικότητα της ρύθμισης, χωρίς αυτό βεβαίως να μας επαναπάβει, αφού οι τρέχον κραδασμοί στην παγκόσμια οικονομία είναι ισχυροί και ενδέχεται να αντιμετωπίσουμε ακόμη μεγαλύτερες προκλήσεις από τις προκλήσεις που επήλθαν κατά την περίοδο της πανδημίας. Συνεπώς, η Αρχή οφείλει να είναι θεματοφύλακας της ορθής λειτουργίας της αγοράς. Αποστολή της ήταν και παραμένει η αποτελεσματική ρύθμιση της αγοράς, η διασφάλιση της βιωσιμότητας, η δημιουργία μηχανισμών για την ελαχιστοποίηση των κινδύνων που ελοχεύει η παράνομη αγορά, ο καθορισμός των κατάλληλων προϋποθέσεων για την έγκαιρη υιοθέτηση συνεχών εξελίξεων, με γνώμονα πάντα τη συνεισφορά σε θέματα δημόσιας υγείας και ασφάλειας του κοινωνικού ιστού. Να μου επιτρέψετε σε αυτό το σημείο να κάνω μια σύντομη αναδρομή για το πώς φτάσαμε σήμερα εδώ. Ανατρέχοντας το 2017, εκπονήσαμε το σχέδιο δράσης της Αρχής για τον υπεύθυνο στοιχηματισμό, ιδιαίτερα προβληματισμένοι για το κατά πόσον τα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη θα αποδέχονταν και θα συνεργάζονταν για την εφαρμογή του. Η ενασχόληση με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια αποτελούσε ταμπού για την κυπριακή κοινωνία, πόσο μάλλον όταν κάποιος παίχτης παρουσιάζει προβληματική ή και παθολογική συμπεριφορά. Παρ' όλα αυτά, μέσα από την υλοποίηση του σχεδίου δράσης, τις συνεχείς προσπάθειες, την αποτελεσματική αντιμετώπιση των προκλήσεων, αλλά και τις κατάλληλες συνέργειες, πετύχαμε στο να αποστιγματιστεί σε μεγάλο βαθμό η προβληματική και παθολογική συμπεριφορά. Οι παίχτες πλέον μπορούν πιο εύκολα να μοιραστούν τους προβληματισμούς τους και να ζητήσουν βοήθεια, εκεί όπου χρειάζεται, χωρίς το φόβο για στιγματισμό από την κοινωνία. Αυτό έδωσε το έναυσμα για την εκπόνηση της Στρατηγικής Ασφαλούς Παιχνιδιού 2022-2025, λαμβάνοντας υπόψη τα αποτελέσματα των δράσεων και πρωτοβουλειών που αναπτύχθηκαν τα προηγούμενα έτη, καθώς και τη διεθνή τάση προς μια ολιστική προσέγγιση βασισμένη στο μοντέλο της δημόσιας υγείας. Η διασφάλιση της προστασίας των παιχτών και της κοινωνίας και παράλληλα η αξιοποίηση των κοινωνικών και οικονομικών ωφελημάτων που προκύπτουν από τον τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών βρίσκονται στο επίκεντρο της προσέγγισης της δημόσιας υγείας για το ασφαλές παιχνίδι. Η υιοθέτηση της φιλοσοφίας του ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού έχει εδραιωθεί παγκοσμίως και έχει αντικαταστήσει σε μεγάλο βαθμό την έννοια του υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού. Η ιδέα του υπεύθυνου παιχνιδιού υποδηλώνει ότι οι παίχτες είναι πρωτίστως υπεύθυνοι για την προστασία του εαυτού τους, ενώ το ασφαλές παιχνίδι αναγνωρίζει ότι εκτός από την ατομική ευθύνη υπάρχει επίσης ευθύνη του κράτους και των θεσμών, των φορέων τυχερών παιχνιδιών, όλων των εμπλεκόμενων μερών, οι οποίοι θα πρέπει να διασφαλίζουν ότι οι εξωτερικοί παράγοντες που μπορούν να επηρεάσουν αρνητικά τους παίχτες και την κοινωνία αντιμετωπίζονται αποτελεσματικά. Η προσέγγιση δημόσιας υγείας είναι μια οργανωμένη, ολιστική και πολύπλευρη προσπάθεια για την ανταπόκριση στο ευρύτερο κοινωνικό, πολιτιστικό και ρυθμιστικό περιβάλλον, στο οποίο εμφανίζεται η ενασχόληση με το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Αναγνωρίζει επίσης ότι η βλάβη που προκαλείται από το στοίχημα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια δεν περιορίζεται σε μεμονωμένους παίχτες και άτομα με προβληματική συμπεριφορά. Άτομα, κοινωνικές ομάδες και ολόκληρη κοινωνία δύνανται να επηρεαστούν εξίσου από επιβλαβείς επιπτώσεις που σχετίζονται άμεσα ή έμμεσα με τα τυχερά παιχνίδια. Δι' αυτόν τον λόγο, οι στρατηγικές επιδιώξεις της στρατηγικής επικεντρώνονται σε 4 βασικούς άξονες: την προστασία, την πρόληψη, την υποστήριξη και την κινητοποίηση. Για να επιτευχθούν οι στόχοι και να υλοποιηθούν οι στρατηγικές επιδιώξεις, απαιτείται αποτελεσματικός συντονισμός μεταξύ των διαφορετικών ενδιαφερόμενων μερών για τον εντοπισμό και την αντιμετώπιση των κενών του συστήματος στις στρατηγικές πρόληψης και θεραπείας. Μια προσέγγιση συνεργασίας σε επίπεδο συστήματος παράγει πιο αποτελεσματικά, αποδοτικά και βιώσιμα αποτελέσματα σε σχέση με τις μεμονωμένες προσπάθειες των διαφόρων οργανισμών. Εφάμιλο της φιλοσοφίας της στρατηγικής είναι το γεγονός ότι παρατηρείται μια στροφή των παιχτών αλλά και του κοινωνικού συνόλου προς την κατεύθυνση της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Απαιτούν περισσότερα από τις επιχειρήσεις, αλλαγή στον τρόπο που δραστηριοποιούνται, περισσότερη έμφαση στην ευημερία των καταναλωτών και ενεργό ρόλο στην αντιμετώπιση κοινωνικών, πολιτιστικών και περιβαλλοντικών προκλήσεων. Έτσι, βλέπουμε πόσο σημαντικό είναι για τους παρόχους υπηρεσιών τυχερών παιχνιδιών η διασφάλιση της ασφαλούς συμμετοχής των παιχτών στα τυχερά παιχνίδια και κατά συνέπεια η διασφάλιση της δημόσιας υγείας. Σε αυτό το πλαίσιο στοχεύουμε στη συνεργασία με τους παρόχους για την εφαρμογή ενός πλαισίου πολιτικών που θα αφορούν θέματα ESG, περιβαλλοντικά, κοινωνικά και θέματα διακυβέρνησης, καθώς επίσης με όλα τα εμπλεκόμενα μέρη, ούτως ώστε να επιτευχθούν τα επιθυμητά αποτελέσματα. Μέσα από τις κατάλληλες επίκαιρες και ευέλικτες πολιτικές που αφογκράζονται τόσο την ανάγκη για προστασία των παιχτών, όσο και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη του κλάδου τυχερών παιχνιδιών, προχωρά και θα προχωρήσει η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων. Σε πορεία εφαρμογής βρίσκονται οι κανονισμοί προστασίας των παιχτών. Οι κανονισμοί εστιάζουν στον καθορισμό ελάχιστων απαιτήσεων σε 4 βασικούς τομείς: στις πληροφορίες που παρέχουν οι αδιούχες εταιρείες στον παίχτη, στα εργαλεία που έχει ο παίχτης στη διάθεσή του, στα όρια που θα μπορεί ο ίδιος να θέσει και τέλος στην προστασία των ανηλίκων. Εισαγάγουν την έννοια της εγκύτητας σε πληροφορίες, την αλληλεπίδραση αποδέχτη παίχτη βάσει του προφίλ κινδύνου κάθε παίχτη, τον υποχρεωτικό καθορισμό ορίου κατάθεσης κατά την εφαρμογή και την καθιέρωση μιας καθολικής κατάληξης διεύθυνσης ιστοσελίδας, η οποία θα παραπέμπει άμεσα τον παίχτη στην ιστοσελίδα ρύθμισης ορίων σε οποιοδήποτε αποδέχτη. Ιδιαίτερα σημαντική είναι η εισαγωγή του καθαρού υπολείπου, το οποίο θα είναι άμεσα διαθέσιμο και θα λειτουργεί σαν ένα συνεχές reality check για τους παίχτες. Όσον αφορά το στοιχημαρισμό σε αδιούχα υποστατικά, η επαλήθευση ταυτότητας για άτομα τα οποία φαίνονται κάτω των 25 ετών είναι ένα σημαντικό βήμα. Εκτός από την υποχρέωση των παρόχων για εφαρμογή μέτρων και κανονισμών, η αρχή είναι στο τελικό στάδιο εφαρμογής της πλατφόρμας καθολικού αυτοαποκλεισμού. Οι παίχτες θα έχουν στη διάθεση τους ένα σημαντικό εργαλείο για έλεγχο της στοιχηματικής τους συμπεριφοράς θα μπορούν να αυτοεξαιρεθούν από τη στοιχηματική δραστηριότητα είτε για καθορισμένο χρονικό διάστημα είτε επαόριστον από όλους τους παρόχους μέσα από μια εύχρηστη πλατφόρμα χωρίς πολύπλοκες διαδικασίες. Από την άλλη, οι παρόχοι θα έχουν την υποχρέωση να εφαρμόσουν άμεσα το αίτημα του παίχτη για αυτοαποκλεισμό από τη στοιχηματική δραστηριότητα. Σκοπός είναι σε βάθος χρόνου η ένταξη των παρόχων επίγειας παροχής υπηρεσιών τυχερών παιχνιδιών στην πλατφόρμα. Επιπρόσθετα, τεχνικά έχει αναπτυχθεί ο τρόπος αυτόματης καταχώρησης ατόμων που παρουσιάζουν σύγκρουση συμφέροντος, όπως αθλητές, καθώς επίσης και ευάλωτα άτομα, όπως λήπτες ελάχιστου εγγυημένου εισοδήματος ή και άτομα που έχουν διαγνωστεί με διαταραχή από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, ενισχύοντας έτσι το δίχτυ προστασίας της κοινωνίας. Βεβαίως, για το τελευταίο, εκτός από τις όποιες προσπάθειες και από τις όποιες διαβουλεύσεις, απαιτείται η πολιτική βούληση. Συχνό σημείο αναφοράς από τους παρόχους είναι η αύξηση του κόστους συμμόρφωσης, η γραφειοκρατία και η συνεχής εφαρμογή νέων μέτρων. Ως αρχή, το θεωρούμε ως πεδίο δόξης λαμπρός για την εφαρμογή ευρωπαϊκού προτύπου ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, όπου θα περιλαμβάνει τις διατάξεις για την ενίσχυση της εταιρικής κοινωνικής ευθύνης των εταιριών με ένα δομημένο και τεκμηριωμένο τρόπο. Ως εκ τούτου, η αρχή προγραμματίζει το επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα τη διαβούλευση τόσο με την αγορά όσο και με τους Ευρωπαίους εταίρους, με σκοπό την προώθηση και υιοθέτηση του προτύπου, το οποίο αφενός συμβάλλει στην ενίσχυση της αγοράς και αφετέρου συμβάλλει στην ενίσχυση των προστατευτικών της προστασίας των παιχτών. Σίγουρα είναι ένα δύσκολο εγχείρημα, αλλά παρόλα αυτά θα το επιχειρήσουμε και ευελπιστούμε στη θετική κατάληξη. Το 2019, από το βήμα του δεύτερου συνεδρίου ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, είχα ανακοινώσει την απόφαση της αρχής για την έναρξη της μελέτης δημιουργίας Responsible Gaming Center. Δυστυχώς, η μελέτη άρχισε, αλλά μας πρόλαβε η πανδημία. Έτσι αναθεωρήσαμε και τώρα είμαστε στο στάδιο υλοποίησης του Safer Gambling Virtual Center. Το κέντρο προβλέπεται μεταξύ άλλων να προσφέρει άμεση πρόσβαση του κοινού σε συμβουλευτικές υπηρεσίες πρόληψης ενδεχόμενων προβληματικών συμπεριφορών, παροχή υπηρεσιών εξ αποστάσεως, ψυχολογικής ενδυνάμωσης, επί 24 ώρου βάσεως παροχή τηλεφωνικών αλλά και διαδικτυακών υπηρεσιών, συμβουλευτική για την εφαρμογή μέτρων αυτοαποκλεισμού και αυτοεξαίρεσης. Ευελπιστούμε ότι μέχρι το τέλος του έτους θα τίθεται σε εφαρμογή. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η συμβολή του τομέα των τυχερών παιχνιδιών και η ανάπτυξη της εθνικής οικονομίας είναι σημαντική. Βασικός παράγοντας για τη συνεχιζόμενη βιωσιμότητα του τομέα είναι και η ασφάλεια κατά τη συμμετοχή στα τυχερά παιχνίδια, καθοριστικός παράγοντας της οποίας είναι η δυνατότητα έγκαιρης διάγνωσης και άμεσης, απρόσκοπτης και αστιγμάτιστης πρόσβασης στην κατάλληλη θεραπεία για τα άτομα τα οποία καθίστανται ευάλωτα λόγω της υπέρμετρης ενασχόλησης τους. Αντίθετα, η αδυναμία έγκαιρης διάγνωσης και κατάλληλης θεραπευτικής παρέμβασης έχει καταστροφικές συνέπειες για την ατομική και δημόσια υγεία και οικονομία. Η πρόσβαση στις υπηρεσίες θεραπευτικής αντιμετώπισης της εξάρτησης από τα τυχερά παιχνίδια μέσω των υπηρεσιών υγείας στην πρωτοβάθμια φροντίδα υγείας συνιστά διεθνώς την επιλογή που διασφαλίζει τη μέγιστη δυνατή ανταποκρισιμότητα στην ανάγκη. Παράλληλα, διαφυλάσσει τον σεβασμό στην προσωπικότητα του ατόμου και τη συμμετοχικότητα στη διαδικασία της θεραπείας, αλλά και τη βέλτιστη οικονομική αποδοτικότητα των υπηρεσιών του συστήματος υγείας. Ως εκ τούτου, το επόμενο χρονικό διάστημα, η Αρχή θα καταθέσει ενώπιον του Υπουργού Υγείας ολοκληρωμένη πρόταση σχετικά με το σχεδιασμό, την ανάπτυξη και υλοποίηση δράσεων πρόληψης και έγκαιρης παρέμβασης επί του κινδύνου ή των διαταραχών συμπεριφοράς σε σχέση με το στοίχημα και το τυχερό παιχνίδι μεταξύ των ατόμων που λαμβάνουν φροντίδα εντός του ΓΕΣΥ. Κύριε Υπουργέ, είμαστε βέβαιοι ότι θα είσαστε αρρωγοί στην εφαρμογή και υλοποίηση της πρότασης και θα θέλαμε να σας διαβεβαιώσουμε ότι δεν θα επιβαρύνει το σύστημα, αλλά αντιθέτως σε σύντομο χρονικό διάστημα θα επιφέρει σημαντικά ωφέλη και σημαντικές εξοικονομήσεις. Με αυτό το βήμα, επίσης, προχωράμε σε περαιτέρω ενίσχυση της αποστιγματοποίησης του φαινομένου και περαιτέρω αντιμετώπισης της συνοσυρότητας με άλλες εξαρτητικές συμπεριφορές. Ανεξαρτήτως των άμεσων μέτρων που έχουν αναφερθεί περαιτέρω, συνεχίζουμε και επενδύουμε στην καλλιέργεια νοοτροπίας και ενίσχυσης της παιδείας της νέας γενιάς με προγράμματα ενδυνάμωσης δεξιοτήτων των νέων, όπως το πρόγραμμα Young Cities, το πρόγραμμα Πρεσβευτός σε κάθε σχολείο, σε συνεργασία με το Hope for Children, το θεατρικό εφηβικό εργαστήρι με το θεατρικό οργανισμό Κύπρου και πολλά άλλα προγράμματα, ούτως ώστε να ελαχιστοποιήσουμε τα επίπεδα της ευαλωτότητας. Επί τη ευκαιρία, θα ήθελα ενώπιον του συνεδρίου να συγχαρώ την ομάδα της Εθνικής Αρχής Στοιχημάτων, αλλά και του Κρατικού Λαχείου, καθώς και τους υπόλοιπους συνεργάτες, για την επιτυχή πιστοποίηση του Κρατικού Λαχείου με το Responsible Gaming Standard του European Lotteries. Η εν λόγω πιστοποίηση, αν και στην αρχή φαινόταν ως κάτι ανέφικτο, πιστοποιεί και ενισχύει περαιτέρω το δίκτυο προστασίας των παιχτών και την υγιή ανάπτυξη του τομέα, ενώ παράλληλα αποδεικνύει την αποτελεσματικότητα των συνεργειών μεταξύ των εμπλεκόμενων μερών. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ακρογωνιαίος λίθος της αρχής είναι να συνεχίσει να κατέχει ηγετικό ρόλο στην ανάπτυξη του τομέα για την οικοδόμηση συνθηκών μακροχρόνιας οικονομικής ευημερίας και βιωσιμότητας, έχοντας πάντοτε στην κορυφή των προτεραιοτήτων της την προστασία του κοινωνικού συνόλου, την καταπολέμηση της νομιμοποίησης εσόδων από παράνομες δραστηριότητες, χωρίς οποιασδήποτε εκτόσεις. Η Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων διαβεβαιώνει ότι θα συνεχίσει να αναλαμβάνει πρωτοβουλίες και να δρά με γνώμονα την υλοποίηση των στρατηγικών της στόχων για την επιτυχή δημιουργία ενός ασφαλούς περιβάλλοντος και την αντιμετώπιση οποιονδήποτε προκλήσεων. Επί τη ευκαιρία να ευχαριστήσω τους ομιλητές στο συνέδριο για την άμεση ανταπόκριση τους και τη θετική τους ανταπόκριση, ειδικότερα αυτοί που βρίσκονται μαζί μας, και να ευχηθώ να έχουμε ένα επικοδημητικό συνέδριο. Καλή συνέχεια.
That was an excellent start. Thanks for sharing your comprehensive view and knowledge with us at the beginning of this morning, Mr. President. Since safer gambling, responsible gambling, is subject to public health, more and more importantly, I'm pleased to welcome the Minister of Health of the Cypriotic government, Mr. Michalis Hadjipantelas, to the stage. Warm welcome and thanks for coming.
Καλημέρα σας, πανιερότατε, φίλοι Πρόεδρε της Αρχής, φίλοι Επίτροπε, αξιότιμοι κυρίες και κύριοι. Με μεγάλη μου χαρά βρίσκομαι εδώ μαζί σας για να χαιρετήσω την έναρξη της εβδομάδας ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, η οποία πραγματοποιείται για πέμπτη συνεχή χρονιά. Μου δίνεται η ευκαιρία, ως μέλος της κοινωνίας αυτής, αλλά και ως Υπουργός Υγείας, να συγχαρώ και να επενέσω τόσο την Πρόεδρο φίλη Ioanna Fiakkou, Πρόεδρο της Αρχής Στοιχημάτων, όσο και τα μέλη της Αρχής που σκοπό έχουν τη διασφάλιση της δημόσιας υγείας. Όπως είναι γνωστό, τα τυχερά παιχνίδια περιβάλλονται από δύο όψεις. Η πρώτη είναι αυτή που είτε κερδίσεις είτε χάσεις, παραμένεις αναλύωτος και άτρωτος εφόσον θεωρείς το παιχνίδι ως ένα μέσο διασκέδασης. Η άλλη είναι αυτή που σε κυριαρχεί, σε κατατροπώνει, είσαι παθολογικά εξαρτημένος και στην ουσία χάνεις το παιχνίδι. Μέσα από το αξιόλογο και σημαντικό σας έργο έχετε επιτύχει σε μεγάλο βαθμό την εξασφάλιση του ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού, μέσα από την ενημέρωση και την πληροφόρηση των άμεσα ενδιαφερομένων ατόμων, του κοινού που αγαπά τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, αλλά και όσων εμπλέκονται σε αυτά. Η προσφορά συμβουλευτικής καθοδήγησης, η σωστή ενημέρωση για το αρνητικό αλλά και το θετικό αντίκτυπο των στοιχημάτων και των τυχερών παιχνιδιών, η διαφώτιση για τον τρόπο αυτοπροστασίας και αποτροπής από τον εθισμό, η δημιουργία φιλικού και κοινωνικού περιβάλλοντος στους χώρους όπου πραγματοποιούνται τα στοιχήματα και τα τυχερά παιχνίδια, είναι μεταξύ άλλων κάποιοι τρόποι προσέγγισης και προώθησης της δημόσιας υγείας. Η δημόσια υγεία είναι μία έννοια με κοινωνικό, οικονομικό, πολιτικό και θρησκευτικό χαρακτήρα, όπως θα μας πείτε σε λίγο, πανιερότατη. Για να την κρατήσουμε ψηλά, σαν άγρυπνη φρουρή της, πρέπει ο καθένας από εμάς να ευαισθητοποιηθεί και να αντιληφθεί πως η ύπαρξή της έχει μόνο καλά και θετικά να προσφέρει στο κοινωνικό σύνολο, αλλά και γενικότερα. Εσείς το έχετε αντιληφθεί και παλεύετε για αυτήν μέσα από τις δικές σας δράσεις και δραστηριότητες. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά ως πολίτης αυτής της κοινωνίας και ως Υπουργός Υγείας θα υποστηρίζω με σθένος και πίστη το έργο σας. Συνεχίστε την καλή και αξιέπαινη δουλειά για το καλό όλων μας. Σας ευχαριστώ.
Many thanks, Minister, for honoring us with your presence today. The next panel, the first presentation, unfortunately needs to be cancelled. I'm very sorry to tell you that Mrs. Wardle was unable to be with us today due to a sudden illness. She had to cancel at short notice, so we will skip this one. We are going to wish her a speedy recovery, and we are hoping that she will continue and follow up on this topic probably next year in one of the next events. This means that we will now start with the first panel session, the first session of discussion. I'm excited about it because it's simply named Women and Gambling. And this could mean anything. What it means, you will see in a minute. First of all, I'm so happy to introduce your moderator, Mrs. Christina Gollner. She has the Policy Change and Management Consulting of Innovs Limited in Cyprus. But probably you will tell us more about it, what it means, and what the topic is all about. And you will definitely introduce the speakers, and I'm happy to call them up to the stage right now. The floor is yours, and we will see what we can expect now.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chair. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's a surprise that we are the first to go, but here we are. It is a pleasure and a sheer honor to be moderating this roundtable discussion on women and gambling. Very recent data confirm that women and the rate of their participation in gambling is approximately similar to that of men. And the number of women that are faced with gambling-related disorder and challenges is growing rapidly. Only very recently, a paper published in The Guardian confirmed that in the UK, over the past 5 years, the number of women facing gambling-related challenges more than doubled. And now it is estimated that up to 1 million women are faced with gambling-related disorders and harm, yet only 1/3 of them would come forward and seek help because of stigma. So sex, being a female person, is critical in identifying the right way to approach these women and bring them towards care and support. It is obviously not the only factor. It is combined with other clinical and socio-demographic factors. It is related to the stigma that as a society and as people have, and it starts very early, from the first formative years of life. Together with me to discuss these challenges are illustrious speakers, and I would like you to ask you to join me in welcoming them. First, I will ask Dr. Fulvia Prever. She is the Scientific Director of the Women and Gambling Project in Milan, Italy. Obviously, Dr. Wardle is not here with us, and we wish her a speedy recovery. I would ask Professor Panagiotou, Georgia Panagiotou from the University of Cyprus. She is a professor of clinical psychology to join us here. And Ms. Andrea Vohr from the Gambling Research Center at the University of Hohenheim in Germany. Welcome. So if I may kick off with setting the scene of how this is all developed, I would like to start with you, Dr. Prever, and I've read your and your colleagues' impressive and groundbreaking work on clustering women seeking treatment and to make sure that we target our prevention and public health approaches. And I would like to ask you kindly to provide us a bit of a background on the factors that differentiate men from women, and even within women, what are the critical factors that make a difference on how these women understand gambling and develop gambling disorders?
So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I'm very happy that in this period of time while you are thinking about to develop responsible gambling, you really thought about women, because this is not so obvious, not in Europe, nor in Italy, nor in all over the world. As the book we made all together with many clinicians, Heather Ward included, Andrea Ward, and many others, shows, because let's just make a small step ahead. As we have seen during the pandemic, I don't know here in Greece, but in Italy, for example, during pandemic, women were the majority of the health workers in Italy, like the 66%. That means that women had a very hard burden just to have all what they have to take care at home, the caring of children, caring of elderly people, caring of sick people, more the work, and the majority of them would work even in a sanitary field. So this, if necessary, would show us that the women's health is very, very important to preserve and to take care of. And as we know, gender approach is widely recognized in the health, in health, physical health, to be fundamental in prevention, treatment program, and diagnosis. We know, for example, as a cardiology, diabetics, that women has different kind of symptoms when they have this kind of illness, and sometimes underestimated because you are not addressed to the right way. We know that we react differently to medical cures and medical treatments. So why not the same thinking is not on mental health and on addiction? Why gender approach is so, always we talk about this, but they don't really deserve a real approach in our treatment, in our program of prevention and diagnosis too, and harm reduction. I think that with Heather Wardle, just before pandemic, when we were in Tokyo, I presented a work we did together about why gambling is gendered, and it is, and which are the 10 reasons that Horton, which is the director of Lancet journal, said that there are 10 reasons why gambling is unseen, and women gambling unseen is invisible. And any specific approach dedicated to women is not supported and enhanced and promoted. And most of the reason has to do with the bias that stigma and has in the entire society and within women themselves, because stigma is not just a social factor, it's something that you internalize and as guilty feelings, and women carry on in their life and prevent them generally to ask for help even when they need it. We have women gamblers that are gambling, as you say, more and more when they're going on, but they don't ask for help, not only in Italy, they don't ask for help in any other countries. It's very difficult for them. Why do they do it? Because there is a kind of barriers that they encounter when they look for services, addiction services that treat gambling. The thing about stigma, we can say, for example, of a woman that is gambling, you say she is starving her children. You would never say that of a man who gambles. So that gives you the idea of being a mother, a good mother or a bad mother, is something very connected with the stigma and the reason they didn't come to a service, if you don't think about it.
Absolutely. So if I may pick up just for a minute and pass the ball to Andrea. She's done amazing work on stigma and conceptions and preconceptions and misconceptions of both the general population and subpopulations and gamblers themselves on gambling disorders. Would you say that that stigma within healthcare, within the health services and also outside in the society is affecting differently women than men? From your research, obviously.
Thank you for the questions. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here and for giving importance to the topic of women in gambling and to stigmatization, which is rarely found in such a conference with such international participation and strong support from government and everything. And yes, I do think that stigmatization affects female gamblers differently from male gamblers because, as Fulvia said, gambling is still very much of a gendered activity. You'd accept gambling and also gambling disorder probably more from a male gambler than a female gambler because because of the traditional gender roles that are still somehow present in our lives. And stigmatization is a very, as is mentioned, it's probably the number one treatment barrier, because people who fear stigmatization, they don't come forward to seek help. They tend to hide their problems, and this is best done by not talking to other persons, by hiding the problems, withdrawing from friends and relatives and workmates, and this leads to an increasing isolation, and this isolation also makes people more vulnerable to internalize those stigmatizing attitudes and thoughts. And yes, I think it's even more, it's a problem for both sexes, but it's probably more so for females, because, as we said, for the it is still in our minds that gambling and gambling disorder is much of a male issue, which is not. And I also read the article mentioned in The Guardian that said that in Cyprus the participation of female gamblers is rising, and we need to have more research on that. We need not only to know that the numbers are rising, we also need to know who these gamblers are. Are they young ones? Are they middle-aged ones? Are they old ones? Because then we should address them accordingly. We address a teenager differently to a person my age, 50 plus, or someone 60 plus. And we'd also need to know what kind of games they were playing. Were they into strategic games, which are supposed to be more risky, or are they playing other games, speedy games or not speedy games? If we want to take the right measures, we need more information, definitely.
You will be very pleased to know that the National Betting Authority is prioritizing a project on women, which is looking exactly on balancing the two genders and bringing in research-related questions, exactly as you said, to make sure that in everything they do, they sort of meta-analyze according to gender as well. But going back to what you said about the traditional roles and the difference between women and men, I would like to ask Georgia to help us here a bit, understand how are these preconceptions and misconceptions and gender differences shaped from very early on, and what can we do to empower these women that are raised in a different way to come forward, face their challenges, and become ready to accept or seek help and support?
Okay. Thank you, and thank you all for having me on this panel as well. I don't consider myself a gambling expert. I have been working in the gambling research area due to the support of the National Gambling Authority, which got me to merge my interest in emotions and psychopathology with gambling. So yeah, I agree that women in gambling is an important thing to study, and to study in a lot of detail and in a lot of levels, because for any sort of problematic behavior, it's important to understand the function, why it's being done, and why it's maintained. Because if something is not fulfilling a role and a function, it tends to not continue. So why would a woman, did I lose my sound?
Went away?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
No.
No?
Yeah.
No?
Now?
Yeah, better.
Try to speak.
Yeah? No, I there's something not connected. Yeah? Now you can hear me. Great, thank you. So I was saying that we need to understand the function that gambling might play in the lives of either young women, teenage women, middle-aged women, and older women, and see the social context that might not allow for healthier alternatives to fill their lives. So one of the things we know is that, for example, in older ages, gambling may function as a way of socializing, of finding friends, of meeting people. My father doesn't gamble, but he often used to go to gambling places because that was a place to watch games,
Football, yeah.
to watch the match, to have a coffee, and so forth. If a woman goes to the same venue, it probably means that we don't really offer a lot of other venues for them to accomplish these needs. So loneliness, isolation, being trapped into the mother and housemaker role for a lot of women, without a way to find people to share some interest, to go out and so forth, is a major risk factor. And that's something that as a society we need to address. Now, beyond that, of course, there's stigma within seeking help as well. It's a gendered area. It's a male stereotype area to have those kinds of problems. It's much more expected that women have other kinds of difficulties, depression, anxiety, emotional difficulties. So I can understand why it would be very embarrassing and very difficult for a woman to actually go and seek help for this specific problem. However, we also know that oftentimes in women, the problematic levels of gambling happen after a lot of these other problems, after a bout of maybe depression or increased anxiety. So this, I think, would allow practitioners, clinicians who have contact with women within the health system to ask the critical questions even before the woman herself presents these difficulties. I think we need to train the clinicians, we need to train the medical professionals to ask the right questions beforehand so that the problem is
Which is the perfect point to invite Fulvia to provide us with some background of what they are doing in Italy, because essentially, and the president of the National Betting Authority just announced it, they are working on a very integrated proposal about bringing this public health approach to gambling and safer gambling into life, and this includes the general health services and how we can go through all the elements of public health, from prevention, screening, identifying, linking to care and treatment and support, going forward to rehabilitation and empowerment. So how do you do it in Italy, and what can we learn from you?
Thank you for this question. I was wondering how you do in Cyprus, but anyway, for sure in Italy, I belong to the Italian National Health System since 38 years. So we have been working together with the practitioner, together as an addiction clinic. I was working in addiction clinic, but even in a family therapy center, and we were working together with other center of the health, national health system, as family counseling places, family doctors, and psychiatric clinic, just to interconnect the possibility of intercept the addiction problem in general and the gambling problem in our parkour. What we saw anyway, that according to the problem of how to detect gambling problem in women at a certain, at the first, because we see that for women this is a major problem, because the time that they start gambling and the time they get to a problem gambling is very, very short, which is called the telescopic effect. Now there is an increasing, which is normally even in the addiction field, but in gambling it's even more evident, as we think, basically because of the low income that women have, that brings them more easily to the desperation point. So this increasing so rapidly puts us to face this problem. We have to intercept the problem very, very quickly and to make very quick intervention, because if not, we lose. The timing is very important. And according to this, we say that just starting from that diagnosis, we have seen in the old book already, Gambling Disorder in Women, but in the new one now, Behavior Addiction, that in all the addiction fields, all the behavior addiction, not just gambling, the diagnosis should be reviewed, because what are the factors that gives harms to women are not the same for men. For example, we use this SOGS, the Canadian index for gambling, but this Canadian was made at the Custer time on American veterans in the war, where gambling, were all male. So we should think if these items really fits on women harms too, that really describe why women are suffering for gambling, for example. And starting from this point, we can understand why women gambling is often underestimated. And the other problem is that we don't see women. We don't see women asking for help. And if we don't see them, research is not interested in them, because if you don't see a problem, you think the problem is not existing. So that's why I think you have really to pay a lot of attention on how to intercept female in general population, even in the healthy, let's say, life, a normal life, to see which are the fragile, the vulnerable points that can lead them to a gambling attitude. And what we were saying was very important. What the society offers to them just to feel the emptiness. There are many reasons that women are gambling, you know, what we say, specific women. One of them is, for example, coping about past or present violent situation, which is something very different from men. And gambling is a very way of coping. It's something that makes you not feel anywhere the harm, not think for a while, just be in the bubble. That's why women describe themselves having kind of trance. So something which is very useful in some sense to stay, to feel better, but then it gets the other way around. Or to compensate social isolation, to avoid to feel anxiety and depression, and there's a means to escape, no? To be a mood modulator, fighting loneliness. Another thing very important is a revenge. For women, gambling is often a way to have their revenge in a relationship which is dysfunctional, and they don't have another way to tell it. It's something like in Italy you say, I'll make you pay for it. I mean, money is there, and gambling is just a way to make you pay for it. Or even to compensate some lack, a lack of emotional, economic loss, and even health loss, sometimes physical handicap, Parkinson, other disease. Even to experience deficient of erotic dimension. This is something we have seen in even older women. We have mainly in Italy, women we see gambling are older women, let's say from 45 on, not younger women, not so much. And my age, which is 63, is the age where they gamble more on physical land-based gambling way. Because in Italy and in old Mediterranean country like Spain, like France, land-based gambling is better, is more used, like when you see in Sweden, in UK, so it's online gambling, and maybe we will go after the pandemic in this direction, but now we're not. And these old, let's say, ladies of the middle age, and when they have this even need to feel more alive, to feel more, and often if they had the violence in their past life, the erotic dimension in the relationship is missing, and we see that gambling is something that can help them in this direction. But on the other side, it gives you more a guilty feeling and inside to you, and which is different to recover.
So if I may stop you there for 1 minute and pass the ball to Andrea. So these are the triggers, let's say, or the behaviors that maybe push women, towards gambling or unsafe gambling-related behaviors. Now, if we get back to the practical stuff, and you are speaking to an authority that is very keen to make sure that they do it right, and they want to do it from the start. So one bit that we are keeping from your previous intervention was that we need to focus on research and make sure that whatever we do is evidence-based. Now, in terms of how we move with introducing not just the research bit, but the actual intervention bit in women, where would you suppose we start? Where would you propose we start, given your experience?
Visibility, because I think if you close your eyes and think of gambler or person with gambling disorder, what springs into your mind is a male person, but it's not an exclusively male problem, and it would make feel women less exotic if it was more into the public minds that gambling and gambling disorder can be both male and can apply to both males and females. About research, it is not easy to research stigmatization because stigmatization is also, it has this positive side. It's not only negative. You want, by stigmatizing a person, you want a person to make the behavior change. You want to say, hey, it's not okay what you do. You're you're not my partner anymore. You're not like the partner, the person you've been before. Please change and come back. So I'm a bit mixed about attaching that only negative label to stigmatization, which of course, if it impedes people to come forward and look for treatment, it is. We have been conducting a study on stigmatization with males and females, and a vignette study where we described a case of a person who was neglecting studies and relationships. And we changed the names and asked students to rate whether they found that these persons were more reliable or less reliable. But unfortunately, the results were a bit mixed. There was a slight tendency towards stigmatizing females more than male gamblers. But as I said, it was not as clear as we had hoped it to be. So we'll probably repeat that study.
But it would also be a question of knowledge, right? And a question of what we know, what we understand gambling and gambling disorders are, and how early we learn that, and how we integrate that into our overall approach to both gender issues, but also non-gender issues that are related to gambling.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to diverge a little bit here, if I may, and leave the gender issue aside and talk about prevention in general. Because the risk factors that are involved in gambling, in other addictions, and in some other forms of mental health problems sometimes are common. It was mentioned before that gambling is often done, especially by women, for purposes of escape or coping with a lot of kinds of many different difficulties. And indeed, women are at high risk because they do face these difficulties more. They're more likely to be poor. They're more likely to be exposed to a lot of kinds of stressors, like taking care of sick children and sick parents and poor relationships. They're more likely to have experienced severe trauma growing up, sexual trauma. So yes, they do have more risks that make them vulnerable to mental health problems that sometimes then are also associated with addictions, including gambling. But the problem here is that people in general may lack better ways of coping, healthier ways of coping, both men and women. And indeed, in our own research, we find that using gambling to escape and having poor emotion regulation skills, abilities to regulate difficult emotions, both for men and women, seem to be a very significant risk factor. In fact, we find that compared to other addictions, emotion regulation difficulties are a stronger predictor of gambling than any other form of addiction, even though we knew from the addictions literature that this was a problem. So if we're going to take a public health perspective, a prevention perspective, we think that it's important to start to incorporate self-regulation, emotion regulation, general skills, psychological skills training early on. We're running some projects trying to find ways to make this as a compulsory training within higher education, within colleges and universities, rather than selective or elective education, because everybody has pressures to do other things first. So that those kinds of skills are left behind. But even more, I think eventually this should become public health prevention within the school system from early on. Because these sorts of skills, being able to find healthy ways to express your emotions, finding healthy ways to seek help rather than cry for help through unhealthy ways, finding healthy ways to express your needs to others. These are important skills that prevent gambling, that prevent other addictions, that prevent depression, that make people into better citizens and more participatory citizens. So they are sort of a baseline that we all need to kind of reach to become healthy people in society. So I believe in primary prevention as early on as possible and helping everybody to develop a baseline of healthy coping skills.
But I was about to
add something just about this is very important. In Italy, we do, in this period of time, these last years, we have a lot of program in the primary school just for children, starting from not on gambling, but starting from the idea of chance games and competition game and the collaboration game. So we do something with them, we play together, but they know, they have clear the difference, they have so clear even the connection between chance and gambling. They know it by their family, they know because they see it happening. And so when we find the opposition of the school saying, no, we cannot talk about gambling with, let's say, 8 years old guys, First of all, they know more than us how things are working, scratch card, all this kind, where they can find it, or what the school. Second, it's very, very important to have them face the problem. If you want to have a bicycle, would it better to win in a race like with your how can I bowl with the bowling? No, I can say train myself and be better and better and better in a competition, or should I have it by chance on a chance game? So this is very important, a level to work in. And on the research, I want to add one thing. I think for women, research should be, if you are thinking about this, should be especially on a qualitative level. It's all universally now agreed, even from Hinge Breen in Australia and us in the book, that quantitative research says little about women really needs and problem about gambling, while qualitative gives you a lot of input. That's what we do. Yeah, that's what we do as a clinician. I'm a clinician, not a researcher, but I work with a lot of researchers like Mark Potenza and others. It's good that you can go inside and have deep interview with women and then discover topics that then can help research to understand better.
So before I open the floor to questions, because apparently there are some questions for the panel, I would like to kindly invite all our panelists to just very briefly, in 2 sentences, tell us what would you propose we start with. So from with regards to gender, right, with regards to women and gambling, so what should be our priorities based on your experience, and as briefly as possible, and I will open the floor to questions. So we're giving you the National Betting Authority for a day, and we're asking you to do something about women and gambling. What is your first decision? Obviously, we don't know all the facts, but let's say impulsively, what would you say? Where would you start?
We recently have did a lot of work in finding the new settings and new way to get women, to get close to women. For example, hairdresser advertising. See, hairdresser is the place where any woman goes, and we made the project just to have some announcement and some information in the hairdresser, which is the place where women go and talk about herself and talk about without any problem of stigma, any problem. So we thought that this was for example, a good place to reach women and to start to talk with them, to give them indication where they could find some help, a place to talk about their gambling problem.
Andrea?
As was said before, a combination of qualitative and quantitative research, and we also need to be clear about what we can attribute to the biological sex and to gender and societal and cultural roles. We should be very precise in our works so we can deduct the right conclusions from it.
Georgia?
Yeah, 3 things. I would agree on the idea of very precise questions in our research so that we don't overgeneralize and over-stigmatize. What I said before about universal prevention for all boys and girls together, for everybody, at younger age, to help them develop awareness of why they do things and their values in life, of what they want to do with themselves. And also good education for the health professionals in general, including mental health professionals, to identify people who are at risk and women who are at risk, and to ask the right questions, because the best way to get information from people is to ask them.
Yeah, to ask them.
And also probably a very clear pathway of linkage to treatment and care and support, because if you identify someone and you can't channel them through the healthcare system to get the support they need, it would be disheartening at the end, and it won't inspire other people to follow the paradigm. So I'm opening the floor to questions. I understand there are questions for the speakers. Anyone? I've got a note here that says you've got questions. So
maybe on the online system.
Sorry? I don't know. Is it the... there it is. Sorry. Fulvia, if you were to interact with a female whom you suspect you may have issues with gambling, would this be different to an interaction with a male?
Yes. Surely. If I interact with a woman, the first thing I would have her just tell me and talk about her life and her family life, her relationship. If we see, I lead a women group, a women gambling group with women with gambling problem within 12 years. Women never talk about gambling when they come there. They talk about relationship. They talk about their dysfunctional relationship. They talk about how do they feel, sometimes violence issue, which is something which is very, very important, the anamnesis to talk, to help them take out. So I think you have to be, it's better if they find a female setting where to talk. So for me, it's easier. And have them talk about how do they feel say not about gambling. So it would be different. A male would bring me, I see males for gambler too, but would bring just different kind of question, and they would like to have like kind of indication of what to do, the steps, like cognitive behavior therapy, let's say. A woman would just need to talk about herself and her life. And I would have to follow this path before going under and take this problem of gambling out.
And this is probably a good point to identify not only if she has gambling disorder, but if she has other comorbidities that may
Sometimes
impact.
there are, yeah. Sometimes there are other comorbidities, as you say. Some other times it's just that they impacted gambling in a difficult period of their life, of a physiological difficulty, the one we all have, separation, loss of work, children going away from the... just a physiological step of menopause. So a turning point of your life where you need to help, support, and you find gambling instead of other things.
Is there another question? Any questions?
Can I add something to
Sure,
this
of
question?
course.
I agree that getting somebody to talk about their current situation and what may be going on for them is very important. I guess maybe a difference between men and women with regards to this is that women find it easier to talk about other things, at least about relationships, about emotions, about difficulties in life. Men might not find it easy to even talk about those things. So sometimes the differences we find epidemiologically in terms of emotional difficulties or stress and so forth between men and women are a bit artificial, because men might turn to addictions before they even acknowledge they have any other kinds of emotional difficulties. So with women, it might be easier to start by talking. With men, you might have to educate them to be talking.
To open up.
To open up. Or find even more creative ways to engage them and get them to even get to some sort of treatment or some sort of support system so they can start talking.
Completely agree, but the thing is that I see men be more helped by this cognitive behavior therapy, just having steps. They try to have instruction, not to talk about themselves. But for women, what is underneath, it's true that they like to talk more. It's easier for them to talk, but not so much to talk, for example, in a mixed group. They have to be in a female environment. So this is something we have to take into account. We had mixed group where women didn't talk about themselves. They couldn't, because many of the issues they have are very delicate, intimate issue, like a sexual relationship, and it's not easy to talk about. And often this is one of the points of their addiction.
So, Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much. That was a really, really exciting discussion. I think it's always interesting to listen if women talk with women about women. That's what happened. Thank you so much. And thank you for being on time, of course. We make a slight amendment, a slight change to the agenda now, just because we had to cancel one presentation. Dr. Michael Auer will give his presentation now before the break, not after the break, so please remain seated. Dr. Michael Auer will talk about automated customer interaction as a tool for the prevention of problem gaming. So we are now looking into the measures box and see what can latest technology offer. He is representing one of the leading companies in the field of research and analytics of player monitoring. And I'm keen to welcome him on the stage, Dr. Michael Auer, or in its native speaking language, Dr. Michael Auer. Welcome on the stage.
All right. You've been spared so far, and now we're gonna delve a little bit into a couple of numbers. So bear with me, okay? Break is gonna be in, I got more time, right? 15 minutes. And I'm gonna ask some of you randomly afterwards about my presentation. So pay attention. So quickly about my person and what I'm doing. So just have to figure out the right button here, if it's this one or this one. Okay, so first of all, I just do this as a side job here. Actually, I like guitars and I like cars. And this is just, a means for me to make money to afford my expensive hobbies. I play in a tribute band. I'm not gonna name the band that we are covering. But I'm also a statistician and psychologist, so I managed to complete my studies. I did my PhD with Professor Mark Griffiths, who is going to be on digitally later on. I published about 40 plus peer-reviewed studies. Actually, this year I'm scratching on my record, so I'm gonna hopefully manage to publish 10 peer-reviewed studies this year. And they're all about, player tracking, player monitoring. So everything I do is basically really related to real-world data from real-world gamblers. And happy for you to pick some of my studies. We can exchange a little bit, of course, also digitally. So you see it's all about, limit setting, self-exclusions, play breaks. So everything that you could possibly find out if you were monitoring a player online, if you had the data available. So with the online gambling and online sports betting, we are in a unique position. Why? Because we know exactly what somebody is doing, when they play, when they wager, how much they wager, when they log in, when they log out, etc., etc. And in the beginning, of course, a couple of years ago, so the idea came up about player monitoring, so understanding player behavior, maybe finding out if I know exactly somebody's playing pattern, maybe I can even figure out if somebody shows addictive patterns, right? If they play more than they actually could afford. Maybe this is possible. So one of the first studies that we did is we asked players, how much do you think you gambled? And then we compare it with the actual spend. And so, not surprisingly, we found out that many players underestimate the losses and they overestimate the winnings. So when you ask them, how much do you think you spent, how much you think you deposited last, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, then very often they have no idea how much they gambled. That's why personalized feedback is important, right? So how can you expect somebody to gamble consciously, to make, they call it an informed choice, if they have no idea what to do? So this is sort of, one of the foundations that study, and others, of course, that sort of, led to regulators across Europe to introduce mandatory customer interactions. So let's say in Germany now, if a player logs into their account, what does the operator need to do? They need to tell the player at that very moment how much they spent lately, right? A pop-up comes up informing the player, okay, that's what you did so far, that's how much you lost, that's how much you deposited. And all of that, of course, is driven by the research which shows, okay, players have no idea. So in order to make them aware of their gambling, operators need to inform players at all times about their gambling behavior. So you might have also have heard about pop-up messages, real-time messages, and we are absolutely familiar with it, right? Because everybody does it. So every site tries to make you aware of their products at each point of time. You get pop-ups all the time, nudging you about this product, advertising a new holiday destination, whatever, even listening to your phone, etc., etc. So of course, we thought that in gambling, so if somebody is gambling, it might also help telling them, okay, look, now you've spent an hour gambling, would you like to stop, right? Technologically, no problem, no brainer, it's possible. The operators have the real-time capacities, it can be done. So I published 2 studies, and actually, I dare to say, nothing else has been published since then, when we informed players after they had gambled an hour, actually it was 1,000 games that they had just done so. So we told them, okay, you've played for an hour, would you like to stop? So what do you think, out of 1,000 players, how many actually stopped to play once they saw the pop-up? Any estimates? 3? 70. So it was about 0.7% of players who stopped to play. That's what you see in this chart. I won't go into detail, but you see like the spike, the blue spike basically that's the, 1,000 games played, and that's the percent of players who stopped to play. So very, very, very few. And then what we did is we enhanced the pop-up message. So we thought, okay, let's, build in additional information into the pop-up message. So let's also sort of suggest players, okay, you played 1,000 games, very few other players do that. We call it normative feedback. We also changed the buttons, etc., etc. And what we managed is we doubled the effect. So you see the red dotted line is the, old pop-up, and the blue one is the enhanced pop-up. We doubled the effect, but still very few players stopped to gamble. So out of 1,000, 70 stopped before and 130 stopped after, right? So still the effect was very low. However, it improved. But so far, to this day, pop-up messenger, there hasn't been any research that would sort of substantiate the impact of pop-up messages with respect to stopping gambling. What we find is that if you have a pop-up message and you have a link in it to a limit setting, to self-assessment, that sort of increases the percent of players who choose limits, who self-exclude to certain things. But once they have been gambling so long, they are, so sort of in the zone, sort of out of control, that it's rarely that they stop just because of the pop-up message. So what we did next is that we thought pop-up message might be one thing, but the other way basically could be to block somebody from gambling completely, right? So that's also like common practice with operators, that if somebody gambles for an extended period of time, they are blocked. So typically those, mandatory breaks or cooldowns, whatever we want to call them, they last for 90 seconds. So somehow the industry had agreed, okay, if we block somebody because of extensive gambling, because they deposited a lot, they gambled for hours, we're going to cool them down. So we're going to sort of, lock them out for 90 seconds. And we thought, okay, why 90 seconds? Who came up with this? Nobody knew. And we thought, okay, let's, try different periods of time. What's more effective? So what we did is we tried out 90 seconds, 5 minutes, and 15 minutes. And then you might ask yourself, okay, how do you measure the impact, right? What's better, what's worse? What's your sort of target variable? What we did is we measured the time it took them after the cooldown ended to return back to gambling, right? Would they come back 5 seconds later, a minute later, right? Or not come back at all. So what we found then is that the 15-minute play break basically led to longest sort of interruption of play on top of the cooldown. So once the play break, the mandatory cooldown lasted 15 minutes, we found that a lot of players changed activity. Probably it's too long to just wait in front of the computer and see the countdown until you can gamble again. So they go do something else. Of course, there are limitations to this. They could just switch over to another site. That's, of course, something that you can't determine, that you can't measure if you work with the data from one operator. The next study that we did was, again, a cooldown of a sort of mandatory play break, but this time it lasted for 60 minutes. So that's a UK-based operator. They are working with our system, and what they do is once somebody deposits 10 times on a day, which is a lot, right? 10 times depositing on a day, then they block those people for 60 minutes. And again, in this study, we found that the sort of mandatory play break really worked, because very few of those players actually returned to gamble for the remainder of the day. So here you see, this is like a time series. We don't need to go into detail. This is the number of players who deposit 10 times on a day. That's sometime July to September 2021, the data, and basically every data point is a day, and on the y-axis it's the number of players who deposited 10 times on a day, which is a lot. That's why the number, of course, is small. And the dashed vertical line is the point of time when they introduced the mandatory play break. So, to switch to the next slide. Okay. And what we see here is the dashed line, remember, is the point of time when they introduced a 60-minute play break. So once somebody deposits 10 times, they are cut off for 60 minutes. And on the y-axis now we have the number of percent of players who deposit and at least an 11th time. So they deposited 10 times and then an 11th time. And we see here that this line shows, a quite significant change. It drops down. So what we found is that the percent of players who deposited in 11th times sort of shrunk from, what was like 80 to 20% or something like that. So around 80% of the players who were faced with this block for an hour did not return to gamble on the same day. We didn't find any differences the next day, so basically those players who were blocked continued to gamble the same way the next day, the same way, basically 2-3 weeks. So it didn't have a long-term effect, but it had a short-term effect. And I'd argue this is important because this is when they are out of control, right? When they have deposited 10 times, then, they are out of control. They have lost a significant amount of money, and it's time to stop them. Of course, you could argue, why not stop them after they deposited 3 times, 2 times, 4 times, something like that. There will be another panel today about sustainability and responsible gaming, and I just quickly wanted to bring that up. So in this study, what we did is we tried to figure out or try to correlate responsible gambling behavior measured via voluntary limit setting with sustainability. So what did we do? We compared players who chose to limit themselves voluntarily to players who did not limit themselves, and we looked 1 year into the future and we checked how many of them were still gambling, right? So I'd call this you can, that's called, in business you call it retention, or the reverse is churn rate, right? How many players do you still have with you, with your site? How many are still sort of gambling with the operator? And what we found is that those players who had limited themselves were more likely to still be gambling in 1 year time. And in this table here, you see like 10 groups, 10 rows. So what they did is we split the players up in terms of intensity, right? Low intensity player, high intensity player. And at the bottom row, the group number 10, we see 45.8% of players were still gambling in a year time out of those who did not set limits. And among those who set limits, 58% of players were still gambling. So you see every column, the ones who set limits were more likely to still be gambling in a year time, which means that obviously there is a correlation between responsibility and sustainability and loyalty. Of course, there are lots of questions, right? Can you make somebody choose a limit, or is it something, that you can convince some players of? There are some researchers, some operators who strongly believe, mandatory spend limits are important because you can make somebody choose a limit or self-exclude. Those are basically distinct groups of people. Or can you, if you can convince, if you can nudge somebody to choosing limits, then of course this has larger impacts. So last but not least, I want to quickly talk about prediction of problem gambling, because ultimately, who is a problem gambler, right? Based on how they gamble, how they wager, how much they lose, how can you tell if somebody is a problem gambler? Because you can't interview every player, right? You can't find out if they are restless when they are gamble, if they have lied to family members, if they have, stole money. All of those indicators, symptoms, which are listed in the DSM or ICD-10. So ultimately, the operator can only find indications of problematic gambling, but they can never diagnose somebody. So now the question is, can you sort of find data, or is sort of self-reported problem gambling really related to how somebody plays? So what we did in this study, we randomly selected 1,000 players from a UK-based website, from an online casino site, and we asked them the PGSI, so this is the so-called Problem Gambling Severity Index. It's 9 questions about gambling, just like, okay, have you ever had problems with gambling? Has gambling caused you health issues? Has gambling caused you financial harm? Things like that. And then if you score a certain number of points, you're a problem gambler, right? That's the same questionnaire that's used to basically do a prevalence study or something like that. So what you see here, that's like a, sort of area, a rock curve, a receiver operating curve. What you see here, that it works quite well. So we found that if you can collect a sort of reliable number of responses about self-reported problem gambling, you correlate it with their gambling behavior, it works quite well. And what's even more interesting is that we found it's not how much they lose or how much they deposit in total or how much they wager, but it's about the way they play, right? It's the behavior and not the absolute numbers. So the most predictive variables with respect to self-reported problem gambling were frequent session deposits. So if somebody deposits very often in a session, at least more than once, then it's very likely that they are a self-reported problem gambler, because it's simply a sign of loss of control, of impulsivity, all those things that are indicative of problem gambling also from a clinical point of view. So we had two metrics that sort of stuck out here. It was frequent session depositing, and the other one was when they always sort of emptied their account. So when they gambled, they always stopped to gamble only when they had €0 or pounds on their account. So they never left anything on the account. They deposited. At some point of time, they may run out of money or had to run to the toilet or whatever, do something, go to work. But whenever, we sort of computed the session, it always ended with zero money on the account. Coming back, sorry, one more minute, is okay? Yeah. So coming back to the last study, which was also sort of accepted a couple of days ago and will soon be published, this study was done with the Dutch lottery, the Nederlandse Staatslotterij, which is now also a license holder for online casino there, and they call players or email to players. So this is not about a pop-up message or a message on the site, but they really call them up or email to them if they meet certain criteria. And we wanted to know, does it have an impact, right? So if they call somebody, email to somebody, do they gamble more or do they gamble less? And not surprisingly, we found that they gamble less. So basically personalized calls and or emails led to less deposit volume, less wagering, less sort of gambling duration, like time on site. But the only thing which wasn't impacted was gambling frequency, so how often they play, right? So on how many different days, the 30 days after and before the call or the email they were playing. But otherwise, the impact, the emails and the calls were significant. And also, surprisingly, there was no difference between email and call. So one would imagine if you call somebody, you invest more into it, right? You build up maybe some sort of relationship with them, but the impact was as large as with the email, which of course, it's sort of supports and it's good because an email is cheaper, right? You can reach more people, and ultimately it supports the hypothesis. So last but not least, we'll skip this one. What did we learn in those 15 minutes? Players often underestimate the losses. That's why feedback is important. They don't stop just because there is a pop-up message. Mandatory play breaks, so if they are blocked for a period of time, at least 15 minutes work. And responsible gaming, at least limit setting, correlates positively with loyalty, which is good, for, of course, compliance across, operators and regulators. And problem gambling behavior can be predicted. And if operators email or phone players, there seems to be a positive impact in a way that their expenses, spendings are lowered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Maybe you want to take some questions if there are any. Sure. I haven't seen them on our app, but if there's a question, please let us know. Look here. It's just in front of us. Thank you.
Ooh, tough question. So what actions have they initiated on their own without being forced by law? I'd say over the last couple of years, maybe last 3 years, there has been like real, domino effect that operators increasingly, go beyond regulation and introduce responsible gambling measures, because it's also something which, lets them stand out, right? It's something that's specific to them. It's something they can also they realized it's also useful for brand recognition.
Thank you.
May I ask a question, just directly?
Please.
Thank you so much, Michael. Guess which kind of question I have for you. Did you notice any gender differences in all these measures? Did you have different data?
Thanks. While your panel was on, I thought, hey, that would be a good paper, because in every paper that I published, we always had gender and age available, but nobody ever, thought about doing a meta study whether there are any differences. What you see is there are differences, of course, with respect to operators that are more emerging from the lottery sector, right? So there are some like Norsk Tipping, like Svenska Spel, like Toto now, the Netherlands Lottery, which might not be entirely comparable to a typical privately run online casino. And of course, you have differences with respect to the type of games, like sports betting is more male-dominated, slots, you have a higher percentage of females.
Of the restriction and the profile of gamblers too. This could be a good.
Yeah.
I took Mark to a good paper. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there any more questions? On Slido maybe, on Conference? Yes. Any thoughts for a new tool for protection?
Well, you don't need a new tool. I have the best tool. No, of course, anything, there could be things, you couldn't imagine today. For example, there are really good tools out there which monitor, player communication, because that's something which went totally unnoticed so far, right? Emails, chats, reading, indicative communication, like, begging for bonuses, complaining, etc., etc. There are very few studies out there, less tools even, but that could be something, for future research.
Okay, so this is it regarding all these questions. Thank you very much. Michael, I think your findings are based on evidence, and that makes it so valuable. There are so many discussions how effective measures are in order to protect players, but we can see, if we analyze what you've done here, what might be the best path to follow and what is not that effective as expected. Thank you very much for sharing these insights.
Thanks.
I want to take the opportunity. You've seen the questions and you've seen this hand with thumbs up. If you touch on your screen, if you touch this hand, it's like liking a question. It means you find this question very interesting. So the more likes or the more taps this question gets, the higher up will it go up in the ranking, and we know then it attracts most of you. So please use this function and join those who raised questions. We are now having a small break. It will be 30 minutes. I kindly ask you to come back into the room, probably not later than 11:45, and can continue on time with the sustainable gambling and safer gambling practices in the industry panel. It's important that we keep on time, because we will have participants joining us via video conference from other parts of this world. There's a time difference. Please enjoy networking break, and I'll see you in 30 minutes.
Το παιχνίδι είναι διασκεδαστικό μόνο όταν σκέφτεσαι από την αρχή τα όρια σου. Είναι ασφαλές μόνο όταν βλέπεις ότι παίζεις σε νόμιμο περιβάλλον. Είναι ευχάριστο μόνο όταν ακούς τη λογική και όχι το συναίσθημα. Το παιχνίδι παραμένει παιχνίδι μόνο όταν μιλάς ανοιχτά γι' αυτό. Το ασφαλές παιχνίδι μας αφορά όλους. Δήλωσε συμμετοχή και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 3 έως 9 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Παιχνίδι είναι, θέλει όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.
So welcome back. Thanks for being back on time. We're going to continue with the next panel session, which deals with sustainable gambling and safer gambling practice. My name is Joerg Hofmann. As you know, I'll be the moderator of this panel, and I'm happy to welcome our speakers here up to the stage, please. I will introduce them once they're joining me on top of that stage. Would you please come over? There are names. Looks good. This is yours. So to my immediate right, we have Laura da Silva. Laura da Silva is the CEO of Silverfish CSR Limited, a company that provides the sustainable gaming platform SG certified. Next to her is Panayotis Skirias. He's Head of Information, Security and Compliance with Kaizen Gaming. Then we are welcome to introduce and welcome Marina Panchenko, serving as Interim CEO or Deputy CEO of Parimatch and Chief Financial Officer of Parimatch Cyprus as well. And last but not least, a warm welcome to Penelope Georgiou. Do I pronounce this right? Georgiou, okay, thank you very much. Responsible gaming manager with MELCHERS Resorts and Entertainment, integrated resorts operator, operating in many countries. So I think it's a very interesting panel. We will talk about experience, about new measures, about suggestions, how to improve and how to analyze responsible gaming behavior and problem gambling behavior and see what is the latest status in this industry. I would like to start with Laura, because Laura, you've been very experienced. And what do you think is the typical impact journey for a gaming company when they first approach the issue of safer gambling? Mm-hmm. In the beginning, there might be a big distance, but then you approach this issue and it's becoming so important for the practical life of an entrepreneur, of an operator, and of course for the player.
Okay, well. First of all, kalimera, hierome pou ime μαζί σας σήμερα. That's all I know, unfortunately, in Greek, but lovely to meet you. Thank you. Oh, really? Okay, I have to thank Angelos here for teaching this to me, so thank you very much. But it's a pleasure to be here. And so I have a little bit of experience with different types of operators. So some that I would say are really at the start, and some that are extremely advanced, and the word impact actually means something. So I tend to put operators in 3 different categories: comply, compete, and lead. And typically it starts with comply, where the regulator or whoever has the stick says, this is what you need to do. And typically an operator comes in here, I need to do a bit of responsible gambling, what do I need to do? Here's what I'm going to do to comply. So that's the first level. It's never enough. It's literally never enough. Then when they realize that there's amazing benefit to doing well by doing good, they go a little bit further and they go onto what I call the compete level. And the compete level might be using behavior analytics, might really be looking at providing an experience that's really positive to a player, but it might also be about looking at your environmental impact, the gender diversity of your employees, the happiness of your employees. That's the compete level, second. There's a few operators there, not enough. And then there's the lead level. There's barely no one here. So the lead level for me is an organization that puts net positive impact at the center of their operation. They realize that if they want to operate in the long term, hiring the best employees and really being there for long, they need to think about net positive environmental and social impact, which leads to also financial benefits. There's not enough there, and I hope today that I can recruit many of you to want to take that journey and to want to be there as the lead operators.
Thank you very much. You work with gaming companies in in exactly 4 continents, right? So your view is a global one.
Yeah.
And do you think these issues are the same, cross-border, cross-continent-wise?
Yes, there's obviously different cultural differences, different ways to apply, different games, different restrictions and so on, but ultimately it is very similar. It is about a belief that you can do business by having a net positive impact. If you don't have that belief, if you think it's business or net impact, you're never going to go far. But if you want to be convinced, I'm happy to show you how actually both really work together. But you need to be a visionary, you need to be, one of those people or organizations that really want to go further and don't want to just do the basics.
Thank you. I will get back to you later, shortly. We go and see the operator's view now, and we go with the locals. Penelope, MELCHERS, as one of the first land-based casinos in Cyprus, which are the safer gambling practices you are following as an operator, and in particular, you're the responsible gaming manager. If you could share your experience with us, we'd be more than welcome.
So,
we can hear you.
Okay. So, as an operator, safer gambling is at the heart of our policies. We believe that playing responsibly allows everyone to keep it fun and seeing gaming as it is and should be. So we understand that it's the patrons themselves who make their own decisions. However, as a gaming company, we have a responsibility to assist our patrons in controlling their gaming behavior, assisting on prevention, of course, and help the customers at a risk. So, as the first regulated casino in Cyprus, land-based casino in Cyprus, we have invested the resources in our safer gambling practices, and we couldn't do it without our regulator support, of course. So we have a range of responsible gaming tools. We have self-exclusion, which actually offers to the patron the option to be excluded from the casino and from gaming for 6 months. Important to mention here is that recently we have implemented a new procedure. We call it Return to the Gaming Declaration, which actually does not allow the patron to enter the casino even after these 6 months. The patron has to sign that form in order to be able to enter the casino again. So it's like we are providing to the patrons an option to extend that period of the self-exclusion. We have timeout where the customer can be excluded for one time, 1 week or 1 month. We have setting limits where the customers can set limits on money spent or on his time on the casino. We have age verification procedures. As you all know, the legal age in the casino is 21 and not 18, as the sports betting shops. So we have implemented procedures in regards to the age verification. And we have implemented a procedure, we call it Think 28, which is very important because actually if any patron seems under the age of 28, we have to interact with them and ask for identification in order to verify their age and be able to enter the casino. Also, as we believe that safer gambling starts from our team members, and while all the staff members are required and expected to follow the responsible gaming principles, we have almost trained all our frontline employees to responsible gaming ambassadors. And what I believe is that each company needs to have defined roles and responsibilities for all positions in order to have a successful responsible gaming program. In regards to the responsible gaming training, we have a robust 3-level responsible gaming training program. Annual trainings, refresher trainings, and so on. And we are trying also to refresh our staff knowledge with more fun way. We have interactive activities, online quizzes, games, and so on. And of course, we are trying to implement more events as during the Safer Gambling Week, we have internal activities and we have organized with our regulator some trainings during the responsible Safer Gambling Week. So we have more. We have a responsible service of alcohol. We have a responsible marketing. We have available information for our staff, such helpline, takeaways, materials, leaflets in our premises, in social media, in our websites, and so on. So as you understand, for us, responsible gaming is not just a legal obligation, it's our culture. And our motto is stay in control, plus our internal motto, we have 2 mottos.
That is comprehensive. So I see Melko is applying the fundamental principles of safer gambling, including limits, exclusion proceedings, education, which is very, very important, of course. But what I'm interested in is you're doing all this. You're monitoring player behavior. You're probably monitoring the success of your tools as well. So can you just tell me how Melko is going to evaluate, to assess the quality and the success of all these measures when they are applied?
Okay. I personally believe that only companies who take responsible gaming seriously will survive in the regulated market of the future. And of course, everyone can set procedure, but the question is, are these procedures really working? So I believe each company have to evaluate their information through internal audits, audits from a regulator, and of course, third-party accreditations. So as a company, what we are doing is that we are reviewing all our responsible gaming figures. We are managing the outcome with a strategic perspective that help us actually to implement new procedure, further actions, and enhance our practices. Important to note that we have recently get accredited by a third-party internal accreditation RG check from Responsible Gaming Council, and that achievement established Melko as the first integrated casino operator in the world that has been accredited in all its jurisdictions in global portfolio. So all the countries have get the certification, including Macau, Philippines, and Cyprus. The program actually, the accreditation actually is designed to meet or exceed the regulatory requirements in relation to RG. And as we're expecting soon to open the casino, the resort, in Cyprus, we wanted to ensure that all our procedures are effective. So for us, sustainable and development and continued implementation of our responsible gaming culture is prioritized, and we're trying to do it in all our jurisdictions.
Thank you very much. There's lots of stuff to digest. It's very impressive. I know why you're here on this panel. I think you could speak endlessly and deliver pretty much intelligence. I'd like to see your view from the Paramatch perspective. Safer gambling is, of course, always linked to some restrictions, to monitoring, to guide players through playing and not become addictive. And the whole industry is not only protecting players, the whole industry is also accepting players, otherwise it wouldn't be working. So to keep the balance between successful business operation and the most powerful protection of players, that I think is the challenge. From your perspective, what are the criteria for a successful business operation of a casino operator? Maybe land-based or online, that doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, as a finance person, I would say to be prudent and to follow through and fair view and principles. But from the company's point of view, you said the right thing, balance. I would say if the company, if the business knows how to balance, how to harmonize all the processes, it leads to success. Maybe you will ask me why not to, what about control? Look, if you put too much control in the environment, maybe you will destroy it. If you put too little, it will have same effect. So right now, in our times, the right answer is balance.
But we have an interesting discussion at the moment in Germany because there is new law regulation in place, new licensing regimes are being introduced. The most recent one as of 1st of July last year for so-called virtual slot machine licenses. And the interstate treaty, which is the main law in Germany, provides for limits, deposit limits, stake limits. The deposit limit at the moment is only 1,000 limit per player per month. That's an issue for the industry because you cannot compete with black market operators. It can be exempted from upon request. For sports betting, we have 10,000, 30,000, the most sophisticated monitoring system from one between those two tiers. But the question is that the right approach? Are we risking to lose players to black market operators if they could not face a tier which is appropriate to them? If I'm a billionaire, want to spend 100,000, and nobody can offer because the law doesn't allow, I might probably seek an offering somewhere else in Curaçao or wherever, and I'll get my money back in my winnings. I'm always advocating in favor of extending the monitoring regulation. So make sure the higher it gets and classify categories for certain players to attract these players to stay within the regulated market, because if they are not playing under a license regulated market, they're out and cannot be protected. Is that an issue which you can see as well? Or would you see there's no big black market competing with your offerings wherever you are?
Look, in Cyprus, we are focusing mostly on Cyprus players. So, of course, always there is an issue if you put limits. But as I said before, you need to find the proper proportion and to find exactly how you harmonize this law into the industry. Yes, definitely we will face a lot of disadvantages from this, but at the same time we always tend to be responsible and we always trying to balance.
Right, thank you very much. I think, Panagiotis, that's the question for you as well, because your company, Kaizen, is operating in many licensed and regulated markets. You're applying and implementing a lot of player protection tools. From your perspective, what of these tools, what of these methods are effective? Which one are the best and which ones are possibly not so good?
So what works and what doesn't? In one sentence, I would say that the controls that work are those that give the client, the player, the control. So if we think about limits, deposit limits, of course, Germany is one case by itself for the deposit limits, but in general, deposit limits are good, loss limits, the time you spend limits. In Cyprus, there's a very good implementation. You can say what time of the day you want to play, which is even more effective. So that gives the control to the customer. Also, technologies that we call reality checks. This is a tool. You see it in many regulations that where the customer can set the system to tell him every 1 hour that you played, for 3 hours and you have lost, 50 euros or you won 50 euros. So these give control to the customer. Also, all those smart solutions with the tests that the players can take, on the side and, figure out if they have control over their, playing or they have not. So this type of controls really work. What doesn't work is limitations on product. For example, because you mentioned Germany, you know Germany very well, there is a limit on the max bet on a casino spin. If you don't control the black market, everybody will play because €1 per spin is very low. Actually, we have the paradigm of the Greek regulator who saw this, and possibly somebody could use this as an argument in Germany, saw this problem that a lot of money flew to the black market and raised the max better casino from €2 to 20. So this doesn't work. Also, these cross-operator deposit limits, they don't work if you cannot control a customer using a VPN to access a black operator, or if you don't offer casino provider licenses at the same time. Because if you license the casino providers, you can tell them, if you give service to the black market, I will take your license. So you can control it. If you don't, then there's a real problem. So in two sentences, everything that gives control to the customer works. Everything that limits the product and sends people to the black market doesn't.
I think that sounds logical. How do you assess that it works or that it doesn't work? Is that any impact on gross gaming revenue, or can you compare with maybe black market figures from competitors where you have access to or not?
We can see it. One way to get some evidence on that is that if you take a country where there's a lot of limitations on the product, Czech Republic, let's say, for example, you see a lot of black market operators getting advertised on affiliate sites. Because this is, or, if you see a country where, there are a lot of limitations, or, countries where, it is not allowed to offer a certain vertical, virtuals, casino, you see, a lot of big numbers and a lot of black market operators trying to penetrate. So you can tell this for sure. Of course, to be honest, yes, when you put limitations on the product and on the spending, you see it on GGR. Okay. I was reading the other day, I think it's in Belgium, they put even more strict deposit limit comparing to Germany. It's €600, I think, something like that. And there was a big impact on GGR. And of course, a big flow of customers using black market operators.
Thank you very much. Laura, this sounds more than interesting to see that good ideas probably will not be successful if the one who is the most important person in the gaming industry, the player himself, decides where he wants to play and does not match the requirements he needs to. From your perspective, operating a platform, reviewing the market, when we prepared the panel, you said something that sounded really nice. I'd like to quote you, doing well by doing good. So what is the benefit of that? And can we learn something from this experience and from your findings, how to improve? Improving means not to apply tools that do not work.
Yeah, I agree with the effectiveness. We shouldn't just do things just because we have to. We should do things because they work. And I think that the way we've been working is we've broken down into 4 steps, basically what companies need to do. So number 1 is assess where you stand. And so you should understand where you stand against what you want to achieve. So it might be certifications like RG Check. There's 45 different safer gambling certifications in the world. So you might want to define what you want to achieve, if it's a standard, a certification, or if it's something else. But the first step is understand where you stand. Number 2 is implement practices that help you match the gaps. And there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's some great practices where there's proven effectiveness that you can implement. So we've tried to help with this. Number 3 is culture change, trying to understand what is the culture within the organization and how do we make sure that RG, safer gambling, sustainability is part of the decision making. Yes, you want to make money. We understand that. It's the how you make money that I believe is quite important. There's easy ways to make money and to cut corners and so on, but if you're a little bit more imaginative, creative, and smart, you can always make money by having a net positive impact. It's whether you want it or whether you're smart enough to do it. So step 1, assess where you stand. Step 2, implement actions that work. Step 3, change the culture or understand how you can make that culture really amazing. And step 4, continuously measure effectiveness and achieve certification, achieve whatever you want to achieve to showcase you're a great company. So this is what we've tried to help do, so that you don't just do things because you think that's okay, but you do them because they work and because they're effective.
Well, that's good advice. Thank you very much. like to share your advice, Marina. What do you think in terms of very much practice and expertise, of course, in safeguarding vulnerable and minors in particular? What would be best practice to protect these players effectively?
Okay, first of all, of course, to follow the law. But in terms of minors, I would say firstly, and the most important, that please listen your parents, because that's my message to the minors. If minors listen that from childhood they hear all the time, they do not cross borders. So in terms, this is kind of very general and practical, but I would say if we are all responsible, being responsible and understand that there are some restrictions and you are not allowed to cross, to somehow cheat, then that's the most important for all of us, because we are all in this case safe. In terms of being responsible for the company, of course, we are following the rules, we are checking all data, we do everything possible, but at the same time, if someone of us is not responsible, we just can't follow and success in this. So we need to be all responsible.
I'd like to look through a different angle. If you talk about minors, protection of minors, I think it's fair to say that in a regulated environment, minors will not have access to the games. If there's KYC systems in place that works, that should not be happen. If it does, by way of fraud or whatever happens, but I think that may be an exemption. But that does not allow us to ignore minors, because it's not only offering the game, restricting and monitoring players' behavior, it's also looking outside the gaming sphere, for instance, in terms of reputation, advertising. That is something I think is important. And if we advertise and attract minors, to wait until they are aged enough to have access to the games, we have to be responsible as well. Perhaps that is an aspect you also want to comment on. Is that part of your policy?
Of course, one of the main points is advertising, always. So we are trying to avoid in any connection to be connected with minors. Even in sponsoring, for example, we had the cases that we saw children being in a stadium, so we are trying to cover everything we try to follow in terms of advertising practices, also to understand that kids, they are very vulnerable in terms of absorbing information. So whatever we bring, even generally to adults, maybe one kid will see it and he will have all the time repeating motto something, and then he will see in internet. So indirectly, we have a lot of influence, so we need to understand this. And of course, all these practices, what we have in practical codes, in law, everything we apply, but everything in industry, it's so fast moving, and sometimes whatever you apply, you need already adjust this.
Makes sense, thank you. In the online world, we have many technical tools to monitor player behavior. We have these platforms and research. We can fully track player behavior. In the land-based industry, it's a little bit different. You know, people, when we look at the integrated resorts reality, imagine I am 70 years old. Tomorrow is my birthday, and then I'm 80. Probably I have access to your casino. Is there any special concentration, focus on the newbies among the customers, or will I be treated as the adult like everybody else? Is there any sort of monitoring player behavior in the land-based casinos as well? Do you understand what I mean? Land-based casinos.
21, right?
Please repeat.
Summarizing is, if someone is 80,
yes,
maybe just for one day, a young one, probably a vulnerable customer, we don't know, accessing the casino for the first time, you will, of course, check his ID card, realize, okay, he's 18, he has access. Is there anything that creates a special surveillance or a special monitoring of very young players in the land-based industry, or is it sufficient to apply the typical standard responsible gaming tools you have available in that business?
At first place, we are applying the standards typical RG principles that we have for everyone. But as a responsible gaming department, we are reviewing each customer individually. Actually, we have take all the AML principles and we have put them on the RG, on our RG program. So in order to check our customers, we are doing internal evaluation reports. I'm considering your age, I'm considering your occupation, I'm considering your gaming activity, your gaming pattern, everything, the total, the full history that I have for that customer, any red flags, any behavioral interactions, everything. So when I'm reviewing the customers, of course, I'm considering the age, of course, I'm considering many other factors, and then we are deciding of any further action. Let's say if you have 4 or 5 behavioral interactions, you are hitting the machine, or you have performed self-exclusion before, and you stated, because we have the reason on the self-exclusion form, you have stated the responsible gaming issues. Of course, I will give more attention to you. And I will permanently ban you, sorry.
No, it's fine. It's very individual. We can see in a regulated market and licensed market, we have good players, also among the operators, of course. That leads me to a final question before I open the floor to questions. That is, in the online world, we have very different operators. The Pirates of the Caribbean, the regulated and compliance ones. From the player perspective, how can I identify who is a good operator, where I'm playing in a safe environment, in a protected environment, and what are the indicators maybe for a site which are better not used?
Okay, so what operators to choose? Okay, first, the most important part, you have to check if the operator is a regulated licensed operator. Okay, so if we take the example of Cyprus, Greece, Germany, Portugal, whatever, you will see in the footer, the logo of the regulator, the license number, things like that. So it has to be a licensed operator, because this means that at least they maintain a certain level of protection. Then you need to see all those things that everybody said, these controls, to put limits, to control your activity, to get warnings about excessive playing, etc. But the most important thing is to get a feeling of the operator. So a safe operator is one that tries to offer an exciting entertainment experience. You can tell that. An unsafe operator is one that will send you a lot of promotional emails. They will try, to make you play more than you intended to, and they will do aggressive marketing. So for me, this is number one. Choose operators who are regulated and offer an exciting experience as an entertainment. Don't choose the operators who do excessive and aggressive marketing.
Thank you very much. I think that answers my question very comprehensively. So we have another 3 minutes more left for questions, if there are any. Can we see if there's any conference questions? There are a couple of questions. So I think this is addressed to Penelope. How do you implement safer gambling controls in a land-based casino environment, where most players are anonymous and the transactions are through cash? What are the challenges to overcome? If you could provide a brief answer, maybe.
Okay, we are free access casino. Of course, anyone can enter inside the casino and start game. Of course, we have the KYC procedure as a regulatory requirement. At 2K in a gaming day, we have to request identification. The customer must be KYC or be a member of the casino. We are providing these two options. And however, as we have identified that no issue, I will say, but we are not able to control sometimes our customers. In Paphos, we have a temporary casino in Limassol, and we have 4 satellite casinos in other cities. So in Paphos, we have started already the mandatory registration. So mandatory usage of card, I will say. So any customer can enter the casino without can enter the casino, but must be a member in order to play to the slot machine. So we'll bring, most probably prior to open the resort, we will implement the mandatory usage of cards for all our satellites and in our temporary casino.
Right, thank you. You want to add something?
Yeah, just very quickly. If you ever want a kind of a shopping list of what to do, you can think of 3 buckets: prevention, detection, intervention when it comes to safer gambling. And there's a lot, as I mentioned, 45 different safer gambling standards. And if you have a look at some of them, RG Check, the ECA, RG certification, there's many different ones. You can find out what types of control, what type of practices you can think of as a basic. Just to re-emphasize, this is like the kind of basic, just if that helps, if you want to list.
I think the second question is almost similar to the first one. Penelope, would you agree, or is there anything to add? It's how do you monitor responsible gambling on the casino floor? I think you answered this one. There's another one for you. In your experience, do players of the casino use the self-protection measures you provide for them in a satisfactory amount?
So for the second one, our responsible gaming global policy consists of 3 levels: education of our staff, technology, and community and engagement. So with employees and technology, because we have the facial recognition system, we can monitor everything in the casino.
Okay, thank you. Final question for Panagiotis. What do you think about the subject of affordability checks that is starting to be applied for online players in Europe? Will this be detrimental to the industry or contribute to a sustainable business? What is your answer?
First of all, easy answer, we agree with affordability checks. Now, if it will be to the detriment of the business, it will depend on the automation that will be applied on it. So let's say you have a VIP, a very good player, okay? If you change this player to give you documents to prove that he can afford his way of playing, this is a hard process. You know, you need to remind him, then put restrictions, and finally he will provide the documents and you allow him to play. This is a time-consuming, not very popular commercially process. The best approach that I recommend is actually what happens in Germany. The state has an automatic database system. It is called SUFA, and another one that is called FINAPI. And when somebody wants to move to a bigger, let's say, level of spending, you can do an automated check to the country's registry and see if this person can afford this type of spending or not. This is more sophisticated. This will not be to the detriment of the business.
Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to return the panel almost on time. Please join me in thanking my panelists for their excellent contributions.
Thank you.
Well done. And now, for something special, we're flying far away to Australia, to Sydney, to welcome our next speaker. This is Dr. Sally Gainsbury, the Director of the Gambling Treatment and Research Centre of the University in Sydney. So she will be presenting remotely. Unfortunately, we would love to have her here in person. The topic is enhancing voluntary take-up of effective, safer gambling tools by at-risk customers. Dr. Gainsbury, I hope you can hear us. Probably also you can see us. Well, good evening to Australia. It's a pleasure to have you here, at least remotely. We'd love to have you here in person, of course. And in your country, you are 8 hours ahead. I think now it's time to go out for a lovely dinner. You spent the time with us. We appreciate it. We thank you for that. And the floor is yours now.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person. I hope that the invitation may stand. I will be able to join you another year. I'm Sally Gainsbury. I'm the Director of the University of Sydney Gambling Treatment and Research Clinic. I'm the Professor in School of Psychology, and I'm the Principal Investigator of the Technology Addiction Team within the Brain and Mind Centre, again at the University of Sydney. So I'm in the position to be able to share my expertise from a clinical point of view as a trained clinical psychologist. However, I have been leading a research team working in the field of gambling studies for around 20 years now. So today what I'm going to be talking about is some of our research I've been conducting looking at safer gambling tools. But what I'd like to do is take you through a journey to reconceptualize what I mean by safer gambling. Oh, sorry. Pardon me as I just get the slides up. There we go. So we have already had some presentations today, and I'm mindful of what the speakers have said before me, and you already know a lot about safer gambling. And what I'm going to present about today is a reminder about the changes that have taken place in safer gambling and this concept that we've moved from responsible gambling and player protection to safer gambling, and trying to position it in a way that players are not being told what to do or restricted, but rather we're trying to empower customers and encourage voluntary take-up of tools that are really in their best interests and using an evidence base that's world-leading. So what I want you to think about is yourself for a moment, or you can think about someone you know to make it a little bit easier. But what I want you to think about is whether you always make the right choices at the right point in time. Even if your long-term choices you're pretty sure on of where you want to be, what are the aspects of your life that make it difficult for you to make those optimal decisions? And then to think about someone else. Everyone has different optimal decisions, different things we're striving towards, and we're vulnerable to problematic thinking at different times. Gambling is no different. We need to be mindful that although someone may gamble one way at one point, there are other factors that change on a daily, a weekly, a monthly, and a yearly basis. To think about safer gambling is not the same at all time, and no longer can we presume that customers are always going to gamble in the same manner, that if we check in once, that will be sufficient, that the same gambler will be in the same category of play or the category of risk as they were at one point in time. So, for example, if they set a limit when they first signed up to an account or walked into a casino, if that limit is going to be appropriate for them in an ongoing basis. Because we know that problem gambling is not a static condition. We know that people cycle between levels of risk, that people might gamble moderately or not at all. They do go through periods in their life where they may gamble in a more risky manner or may gamble in a problematic way. But people cycle between that. And what we want to think about is how we can disrupt this journey, because the good thing about recognizing that problem gambling is not an inherent characteristic of the person or a static condition means that we can start to think about how can we respond at the right time and in the right way to prevent the shift between recreational to at risk, and then from at risk to problematic, and to minimize relapses. This is what my research has been looking at, is moving away from this concept of having an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff and a couple of signs or fences in the venue per se, and how we can start to shift that thinking towards reconceptualizing, keeping people at a recreational, non-harmful level. And this is what I mean by reconceptualizing safer gambling, is moving away from this concept of 1%. We've heard this, and it's quite static across countries, that around 1% of the population are classified as problematic gamblers. But if we look at regular gamblers, people who gamble monthly, that number jumps pretty substantially. These are data from Australian prevalence surveys, and they show that amongst people who gamble monthly, the people classified as problematic players go from 1% all the way up to around 22%. So we're starting to think about a much broader population than just the 1% of people at a general population level who do experience harm. And that includes thinking about the 6 to 10 other people who experience harm for each individual with gambling problems. So what I want to talk about today is focusing on shifting away from just the help seekers, which are an incredibly important group. However, we need to also think about how we can get into early intervention and prevention, because we haven't historically focused very much on these areas, particularly this area of early intervention. When someone is at risk, how can we disrupt that journey towards problematic play and shift them back into the green zone of having lower risk and even reduced harms? So we need to think then, what do we know? Because unfortunately, the evidence base is not overly strong when it comes to harm minimisation tools. There have been a number of reviews recently conducted that have really had to conclude that the evidence base is quite poor, and we have very few really methodologically robust studies to guide us, particularly given how dynamic the changing nature of how gambling is provided. We now have online gambling sites in very different ways. We gamble at a different level in different ways, and the generation are quite different now from who previous things might have been tested on. So when we start to think about this dynamic nature, we really can undermine the current evidence base and start to unpick our current harm minimisation tools based on best practice or best opinion at the time. We do know that very few people voluntarily engage with harm minimisation tools. So when we look at what's currently out there, we know that people don't tend to understand them well. Often they're not perceived as relevant, and they're often even internally described as help for gambling problems. So something like a deposit limit, which is relevant for all people who gamble, is described in the help section or in the treatment section or the gambling problems section of a website or on a website of a venue. This is something that came out from one of the studies I did with my colleagues, looking at why people who are members of or customers of an online wagering site would or would not use harm minimisation tools. People typically didn't see them as relevant. They saw them as only for people who have a gambling problem, and I'm in control of my gambling, so I don't need to set a deposit limit. So we need to start to unpack this concept of increasing not only our own conceptualization of safer gambling tools, but how customers also think about these. And what I want to talk to you briefly today, and it's just a brief presentation, but there's a lot more behind it, is how we can use behavioural science to start enhancing safer gambling and to build up a strong evidence base so that we can start to look at world-leading best practice and evaluate and inform practices over time. Now, the first step is actually to take a step back, and this is something that we often rush through to think about designing. Let's put something in place, let's get it legislated, let's trial it first off. But we need to actually take a step back and think about defining and really conceptualizing the problem, to think about what are you actually trying to achieve? Who is the audience group you want to reach? Are you trying to reach people who have severe problems? Are you trying to reach people who don't have any problems? Or are you trying to reach somewhere in the middle? And if so, where exactly? We need to start thinking about what level of harm is acceptable in terms of having people engage with an intervention. We also need to think about, what are you trying to do? What is the behaviour you want to encourage or discourage? This is critically important because one of the reasons we don't have a good evidence base is the questions haven't been asked. There's plenty of research at a population level, and there is a lot of policies that have been put in place. But it's very difficult to work out if any of these policies are successful. And one of the reasons is because that often hasn't been defined in any way. That a policy is put in place to reduce gambling harm, but unless we look at just measuring the population of people who have gambling harms, it's very difficult to know, are we trying to reduce the number of people who are gambling at risky levels? What exactly are we trying to do? And if we don't know that, how is it going to be successful, and how are we going to know if it's successful or not? Automatic risk detection is something that's already been spoken about today. This is this idea that we need to move away from just observing behaviour or relying on venue staff to look at people, what they're exhibiting, what they're saying, to start to look at inferred behaviour. If we can use automated risk detection, we can start to use behavioural algorithms to detect risky gambling at a level that's far more accurate than the human eye and visible identification. And it can also be logged over time. So this is something through account-based play. So obviously online accounts are very helpful. Also through cashless play or carded play within a venue is certainly an area that Australia is moving towards having. And being able to then combine operator insights, people making declarations, with inferred behaviour to build up a profile of someone over time so we can be more accurate in how we can intervene with someone. But it's also about changing the design. So this is a graph based on customer behavioural data from one of the wagering operators in Australia. We have had several major wagering operators share data with us. Obviously, it's de-identified. We can see here the low take-up rate of people who are willing to voluntarily set a monthly limit. When you can see that steep rise in the graph, that is the month where instead of having to drill down and set a responsible deposit limit on play, the government mandated policy changed to be opt-out. So all new customers to this gambling site had to interact with a deposit limit and specifically say, no, I don't want to set one. And you can see just that shift in how a limit is, a safer gambling tool is positioned to a player dramatically changed how many players engaged with the tool. This is some more figures from the similar study. We looked at around 32,000 online wagering customers, and we found that setting deposit limits were effective in reducing gambling, that people shifted in terms of their average daily wager, the variation, the betting intensity, all signals of risky gambling. And this occurred after we sent them a message. However, this message at the time was universal. We sent the same message out to all the customers at all the same period in time. So we did see a shift. More people did take up the deposit limits than previously, but it was just our first go to see if this works. What we need to do now is think about how can we make this more specific, because interventions need to come at the right time. It's no good randomly sending people messages. We need to think about, should they get a message after a big loss or after a big win? Or should they get a message when they first sign up? Or should they wait until the second or third time they've actually used an online wagering account, when they're actually more familiar with the account and what they want to bet and how they are betting? That might be more impactful in terms of setting the right limit. And what should the message say? Because we are not the same person repeated. We need to think about personalising language and targeting to a specific audience. Again, to think about, what are we trying to achieve? Are we simply trying to increase awareness of tools? Are we encouraging people to reflect on their own behaviour? Are we trying to specifically prompt an action? Do we want people to, at that point in time, set a limit or check their activity statement? We need to use simple language, and we need to be positive. We need to empower customers. See this as engagement. This is just part of the customer experience. We're going to reach out. We're going to use these sorts of messaging, and it's going to be relevant to you. And we need to prompt people in a way that's helpful, using behavioural science to avoid heuristics. For example, when we're encouraging people to set a deposit limit, it shouldn't have an anchor of, £200 as the high limit to start thinking about people. It should ideally have no anchors whatsoever. So people have to actually think about what's appropriate for me for a deposit limit. And if there are any anchors at all, they should be very low amounts, $5, $10. Again, this isn't about constraining choice, but it's about enhancing harm reduction and encouraging people to act in a way that's going to be beneficial for them. Similarly, activity statements is something that have recently been mandated within Australia. All online wagering operators have to send activity statements to all active customers each month, and each activity statement has to look exactly the same. It's the same format. You can see the design here is, again, working with behavioural science principles. It's using red text to draw the attention to the net outcome. It's comparing behaviour over time. It's aiming to increase informed choice, to increase awareness of spend, particularly with a value. It's relevant to your own spend over time. But what it could do is actually prompt that next step to give people some indication. Are you spending more than typical? Are you spending more than others? Should you set a deposit limit? Something else to help them along these roads of making decisions. And finally, with timeouts or self-exclusions. Again, these have demonstrated effectiveness. More self-exclusions, there's very limited research on timeouts, but we know that that is a useful step for people who are not ready or needing to commit to permanent self-exclusion. However, it can't be that people have to find the self-exclusion form somewhere on a website, print it out, fill it out, email it off or mail it off and wait for it to be actioned. These need to be very easy to implement, simple for people, and encouraged to do so. So these are the main principles that I want you to reflect about. And again, this is a brief presentation and an overview of the types of areas that I'm working in. But I want everyone to start thinking about not just what is the tool, but how do we encourage people to use it? How do we want to make it easy, attractive, social, and timely for individuals? These are some of the key principles of behavioural science that we can start to implement to enhance the safer gambling tools that we offer. And I really want to end just by encouraging everyone to think about collaboration. No one can do this alone. Academics and treatment providers, we can't come up with this by ourselves. We need to work with industry to understand the priorities, to get access to customer data, to test out evaluations, and to have funding for research, as well as with government. And then we can work with industry and government to inform best practice, to do evaluations and to guide refinements. This isn't something that's a competition. Safer gambling is very much an area for collaboration. And again, I've had a brief presentation today, so I apologise if that's a lot crammed into a short period of time. But I'd really like to encourage all of you to think about sustainability and what you're trying to achieve, what's relevant for the industry, what's relevant for government, and what's relevant for customers, how we can redesign systems to think about how we can be proactive in identifying and minimising gambling harms and really collaborating and working together. I want to thank you very much. I really appreciate the invitation to be involved. Again, I'm very sorry. I would love to be there in person, and I hope I get an opportunity at a later date. I'm very happy to answer, if there's time now, a few questions, and please do reach out and contact me or just say hello after this presentation. But thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gainsborough. This is your round of applause. I can assure you the room was silent. Everybody was concentrated and listening to your presentation. It was excellent. Thank you very much. Probably there is a question. Can we see if we have some questions and if you want to take them? No questions. So you were so comprehensively educating the audience here that no questions are left. This means the lovely, sunny Australian evening is yours. Thank you very much, and see you in person for the next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Our next presentation will also be done remotely. It's on behavioral insights on developing prevention and treatment programs. And it's my pleasure to welcome remotely from the United Kingdom, Mrs. Esther Hadman. She is senior advisor within the consumer and business team of BIT, Behavioural Insights team in the UK. Very welcome, Ms. Hadman. Don't know whether you can see the audience, but we can see you. And that means...
Perfect.
Thank you. And that means the floor is yours. We're missing you here in person, so you might want to go now. Ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. It's such a delight to be here. Thank you for introducing me. And what a follow on from Sally Gainsbury as well. I think our presentation today will hopefully complement and not repeat some of the things that she said today. But yeah, I am Esther Hofmann. I'm a senior advisor at the Behavioural Insights team, and I'm going to be talking to you today about behavioural insights and its role in gambling policy. Get my slides to change. So yeah, just starting with a bit of an introduction to what are behavioural insights before I go into a bit of a worked example. So behavioural insights are empirical findings, and by that I mean they are tested and shown to be effective. They're about human behaviour. That's really important. They're not about attitudes, they're not about beliefs. And they can be used to make public policy more effective. And by that I mean they are applicable for improving policies and services. So why is it important that we focus on behavioural change and not on attitudes or beliefs? So there's heaps of literature and theories which attempt to explain our behaviour, but one paradigm that we find particularly useful is the work of Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman and his long-term research partner Amos Tversky. So they say that environmental effects on behaviour are a lot stronger than most people expect. So Kahneman's work divides the brain into two systems for how we process information and make decisions. Humans in any moment are operating in one of these two systems when making a decision. So we have our fast automatic system 1 and our slow reflective system 2. So system 1 operates automatically and quickly with very little effort, no real sense of voluntary control, and it's working to make our day-to-day life easier. So it's what we use when we're doing things like calculating 2 by 2 or driving to work. And then our system 2 is drawn on when we do something that doesn't quite come naturally and requires a bit more of exertion. So the example I give here is calculating 24 by 17 or actually learning to drive in the first place. So why is this important? Well, because system 2 is the one that we like to think we're operating in most of the time, but it turns out that actually we spend a lot of our lives operating in system 1. Now, if we're assuming that people are in system 2, then we're assuming that they're being rational. But if we actually are under time pressure, or stress, or there's too much information, we'll be operating in system 1 and we won't actually be acting as a rational end user. So this ties back to that first point I made around behavioural insights being about behaviour and not attitudes and beliefs. So I think a really nice real life example of this that I like to use is recycling. There's very few people in the world that don't care about the environment. And it follows that if we like the environment, we really ought to believe in recycling. But believing in recycling and actually recycling are not the same thing. If recycling is too difficult, a lot of us won't do it regardless of what we believe. And the problem that we are facing today is that the biggest policy challenges will only really be resolved if we're successful in persuading people to change their behaviour, their lifestyle or their habits, not their attitudes or their beliefs. And that's where we come in. So the Behavioural Insights team started their life inside Number 10 around 12 years ago with the aim of supporting the UK government and the civil service to deliver better, more cost-effective public policies and public services. And then in 2014, there was a government policy that entrepreneurial parts of government that could stand on their own 2 feet without being funded by the taxpayer should do so. So we span out of government and became a social purpose company, partly owned by Cabinet Office, partly owned by an organisation named Nesta, and partly owned by BIT employees until December 2021 last year, where we became fully owned by Nesta. Now, being a social purpose company means that we operate basically like a consultancy firm, but with a bit of a twist, where the first question that we ask when deciding whether or not to take on a project is not about the economic margins, but it's about whether the project is likely to deliver a positive social impact. We now have offices all around the world, and we also work across multiple regions to build capacity for applying behavioural insights in governments that wouldn't have the resources to do this independently. And throughout this journey from Number 10, our mission has remained the same, which is to apply an in-depth understanding of how people really behave to improve public policy and services and help people make better choices for themselves. So since 2017, the Behavioural Insights team has been conducting exploratory research and running trials within the gambling space. We are one of the few research organisations who've worked with the UK gambling operators to actually run field trials to reduce gambling harm. And I'm going to spend the rest of this presentation talking you through a worked example of how we at BIT have used behavioural insights to run an experiment which has contributed to the reduction of gambling harm in the UK. So you'll all be familiar with deposit limits. I know Sally was also just talking about these. So these are a tool that are utilised by gambling operators to help limit a customer's spend on their accounts. So this simple design that I'm showing you here halved the number of gambling deposit limits people set, the amount of gambling deposit limits people set for themselves, contributing to an increased effectiveness of these tools. So what led us to make this change? How did we discover that this change was required in the first place? How did we design a suitable solution, and how did we test that that solution worked in the real world? So let's start with how we discovered the issue in the first place. So in order to identify this issue, we started with some exploratory qualitative work, conducting a mystery shopper type exercise on gambling operator sites. By signing up to accounts and exploring the website ourselves, our researchers were able to increase their awareness of how operator sites work, and also be on top of the positive and negative features of these sites to help inform our future work. So this is actually an exercise that we have since iterated upon to make it a bit more detailed and incorporate more research to create our new behavioural audit framework. And we reran this audit this year, and this slide is showing the user journey that each researcher followed in that new iterated audit. So throughout this mystery shopper exercise, researchers made note of features of the website that either were or could be causing harm to the consumer. So here you can see some of our recent findings from the 2022 behavioural audit. So just to call one out, for example, 5 out of 10 operators had no net positions shown, meaning that customers could more easily lose track of how much they had won or lost throughout the game. Each and every one of these findings has the potential to inform and field trial, and it was via an audit just like this one that we identified that issue with deposit limits. So we spotted the potential for changing the way that deposit limit tools were set up. We found that the price range available to people when setting a deposit limit was so high that this could be anchoring people to a higher deposit limit, and thus the limit that they set themselves would not be effective or in line with their preferences. So more than 1 in 3 gambling accounts set monthly limits in excess of £50,000, which is a limit that's really unlikely to be effective at restricting spending for the majority of people that are using this tool. So we really wanted to design a solution that would reduce the size of the deposit limit set, bringing it more in line with consumer preferences. So how did we actually design this solution? So at BIT, we follow a framework called EAST, which I know Sally's just talked you through very briefly. So this stands for Easy, Attractive, Social and Timely. This was developed from early 2012 to help us develop solutions to encourage target behaviours. So when designing a solution, we aim to tick as many of these boxes as possible. So we try and make it easy. So for example, making it simple and hassle-free. We try and make it attractive. So for example, using incentives or making it personalised. We make it social, so using things like reciprocity effects or highlighting social norms. And we make it timely, so for example, prompting people when they're most receptive to that intervention. And in this case, we were able to make it both easy and timely. So we hypothesised that by removing high anchors, people would set lower limits for themselves. And we worked with the operator Bet365 to compare 3 versions of the deposit limit tool to investigate the impact and size of deposit limits set. So we had our business as usual, which showed you a drop down from £5 to £100,000, which is something which is very common across the industry and to a very typical scale. We then had our treatment 1 group, which was the low anchor of £5 to £250, with the option to change the deposit limit to higher than £250, but there was a bit of added friction there. And then we had our second treatment group, which was actually a free text box with no anchor at all. Apologies. How did we test what worked to disprove or prove this hypothesis? So we ran a field trial with operators taking a random sample of real customers and splitting them into 3 groups. So one group saw that control BAU design, one group saw the low anchor design, and the last group saw the free text box design. And we then measured the impact by analysing what size deposit limit was set on average in each group and comparing these across treatment arms. So we found that compared to business as usual, gamblers set lower deposit limits in both the low anchor and free text no anchor treatment groups by 45% and 46% respectively. We then wanted to look at whether the lower deposit limit had an impact on the actual amount deposited, and we did find the potential for a positive impact on the actual amounts deposited, with a 25% reduction in the amount deposited in the no anchor free text box group. However, this wasn't actually statistically significant. This is most likely due to the fact that there was fairly low uptake of the tool in the first place, and there was a quite high variance in the amounts deposited. So this does require further research, but it's a very positive start. So as you can see, by drawing on our knowledge of anchors and the impact that anchors can have on behaviour, we were able to make a really simple change to these tools to help gamblers set limits that better suit their needs and reduce their risk of harm without restricting their choices. Behavioural insights can tell us a lot about gambling behaviours. Here I've shown you just one example of how we can use our knowledge of behavioural insights to design and test a new approach to reducing gambling harm. But the Behavioural Insights team has conducted research related to gambling since 2017, and in September 2021 we actually launched the Gambling Policy and Research Unit, which is the team that I sit in. So that team's mission is to discover, test and scale ways to minimise gambling harm using behavioural insights. So we are a dedicated team of specialists with a mandate to develop and rigorously test methods and approaches to significantly reduce gambling harms, much like the example I walked you through today. And since the launch of this unit, we've carried out exploratory research, qualitative research and online trials to contribute to this mission, and we'll be continuing to work on this mission for the remaining 3 years of our programme. So that's everything for me today. I've walked you through an introduction to behavioural insights and its role in research and policy making. I've given you a worked example that demonstrates how behavioural insights can be used to reduce gambling harms, but also actually how to run a trial from start to finish to identify and test solutions. So thank you so much for listening. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much for your comprehensive presentation. Very valuable information. I would like to check if there are any questions from the audience. Do we have any questions? No, there's no question, which is always a good sign, because then you provided the full amount of intelligence available. Thank you very much to the United Kingdom, to Esther Hadman, Here we go, and we will start with our next panel. May I kindly ask the panelists to join me on the stage? It will be a discussion on recent development in the regulatory landscape, and we will learn from examples in those jurisdictions where something new has got to be told. So like the Netherlands, where they established a new licensing regime almost a year ago. We will also learn from Sweden, from the Netherlands, I told you, from Malta, and of course from Cyprus. And if time allows, I will add a few words on Germany. So I like to ask Mr. Brandon De Battista, Mr. Alan Littler, Mrs. Maria Winberg, and Mrs. Christina Cristoforu, to join me on this panel. So you'll be keen to know who's sitting next to me, and I'll start with my immediate right. Usually it's ladies first, but this time ladies be honored to get a special introduction. Mr. Brandon De Battista, you are the head of legal and regulatory, and you've been working with the Maltese Gaming Authority, the MGA, for more than 5 years now. Your main areas are general legal and regulatory affairs, whilst also being heavily involved in matters relating to innovative technology, such as blockchain, AI, and esports. I know that the MGA is always striving into future topics, future developments, so it's a pleasure to have you here on board. Next to you is Alan Littler. Alan is a familiar face for this conference, not his first time here, like many others as well. Alan works at the Gaming and Gambling Practice Group of Kalf Katz Fransen, which is a leading law firm, probably say the leading law firm in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. They were recently very, very busy in guiding clients through the process of applying for a gaming license. And as indicated before, that market has been opened in April 21. And I'm keen to learn about your experience, how it worked in that emerging jurisdiction with 1 year of experience. Next to Alan, I'm happy to welcome Maria Winberg. Do I pronounce this right? Is it Winberg? Thank you. She's the expert investigator in responsible gambling at the Swedish Gambling Authority. Maria is not a lawyer, thankfully, but she has her education in public health, which offers a good contribution to this panel, of course. Last but not least, Christina Cristoforu. By the way, I take the opportunity not only addressed to you, but also to the whole team, to thank you very much for professionally organizing this conference in terms of topics, speakers, and everything, which is logistic. It's a real progress always. It's really well done. Christina has been working with the National Betting Authority for the last 5 years, and she's now head of the Safer Gambling Operation Department and International Relations Directorate. Congratulations, welcome again. And now we're in the middle of our discussion. And I would start with Brandon, because Malta is always good for something that probably is way ahead of other jurisdictions in developing regulation. Brandon, would you like to give us a brief overview of the amendments of the recently published consultation, the Player Protection Directive, based on the consultation regarding Player Protection Directive some weeks ago, in particular the most salient changes to the directive which we had before. Malta is introducing new regulation, a bit advanced. What is the main topic? What can we learn from Malta?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for the introduction, and also to the organizers of this panel for inviting me. So yes, the MGA has been pretty busy the last couple of weeks with the publication of the consultation document relating to the Player Protection Directive, which, as I'm sure some of you may know, is a key legislative instrument when it comes to regulating RG in Malta. So basically, just to give you a bit of context with respect to the amendments, these are essentially the products of extensive research carried out by the RG team, which was set up the last couple of years to help the MGA implement its RG strategy, and also through the engagement of third-party expertise, where basically these experts actually analyzed the Player Protection Directive and provided us with insight as to how it can be improved. And these led to a number of amendments, but obviously for the sake of time I'll be focusing on the most notable ones. Starting off with policies and procedures. Now, the requirement for operators to have policies and procedures, robust and effective policies and procedures, has always been there. But through these amendments, we clarified further what we expect from our operators, including, now it's specifically stated in the law, that operators need to take into consideration their product offering and also the risks emanating from such products. These need to be properly documented and reflected in the policies and procedures. Moreover, a certain level of detail is now expected when it comes to certain circumstances or instances that might arise, and which might prompt the operator to take certain actions, including the need to initiate a conversation with the player, and in more graver circumstances, the need to intervene and impose mandatory limits, and also in graver circumstances, excluding the player outright. So yes, again, these obligations were already there in more generic terms rather, but now we clarified more as to what we expect from our operators when it comes to policies and procedures. The most notable amendment, in my opinion, with respect to the consultation document that we published, is the one relating to markers of harm, where for the first time we actually introduced markers of harm in the law. Now, this list is not exhaustive, and operators are still expected to come up with markers of harm that reflect their particular business model. But through the research that was carried out by our RG team, and also as a result of a number of familiarization visits that we carried out, where we had the opportunity to sit down with operators and actually have discussions with respect to best practices, etc., we identified 5 markers of harm which we deem to be objective in nature and are applicable to any type of business model that is licensed by the MGA. Now, these markers of harm consist in 5, namely are an increase in the frequency and the amount of deposits and wagers, the cancellation of withdrawals pending the processing of that withdrawal, communication-based indicators, such as, for example, multiple requests for bonuses, the use of multiple payment methods, and pretty straightforward one is the use of RG tools. Now, these by themselves are not necessarily evidence of problematic behavior, but through these amendments we ensure that there's a level of consistency when it comes to markers of harm and also what operators do when they encounter this type of behavior, basically, and that is now introduced in the law. We also introduced another amendment relating to real money reinforcement, where now operators are obliged to disclose the real money value of fictitious currency. For example, certain operators might use gold coins, diamonds, gems, or whatever instead of traditional currency. And now the law obliges operators to disclose the value of such currencies at critical stages, including during deposit stage and also in any history report or statistical data that is requested by the player from the operator. So that basically sums up the most notable ones. Obviously, there have been other tweaks to the law in order to improve the overall clarity of the directive and to what we expect from operators. But for now, we have opted to not roll out everything at once. We have other amendments planned down the line, and most notably guidance rather than amendments in the sector. But the plan is to carry out more familiarization visits at this moment in time, so that we have further opportunities to sit down with our operators and discuss the manner in which they are using their data, they're collecting their data in the first place, and how they're using it, and also, again, best practice, since ultimately we deem our operators to be experts in the field, since they have the data, they interact mostly with the customers. So before proceeding with updating the framework further, we want to have this opportunity to actually make better informed decisions going forward.
One question, I think that is really advanced, but in particular the markers of harm, you mentioned 5 categories or 5 indicators.
5 indicators.
Do you also provide some sort of guidance for the operators or how to measure when we reach a level or a tier when action is needed? So certain percentage or a certain combination?
The law is quite general in that respect, and we still expect operators to come up with their policies and procedures rather than us telling them when they need to intervene. As discussed in the other panels as well, problematic behavior isn't something which is constant. So, and at the moment in time, we don't feel that we are informed enough to actually intervene and take those decisions ourselves, since again, the data is held by the operators and we deem them to be the most knowledgeable when it comes to but again, it's important to us to issue guidelines, and we acknowledge that. And again, this is just the start.
Right. It will be very interesting to monitor that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Maria. In Sweden, well, in 2019, the market was opened, and up to now, you've got 70 licenses for online betting and casinos. There are 2 state-owned casinos, land-based casinos in Sweden, and 16 smaller land-based operations. Can you share with us the structure of the Swedish regulation or the Swedish gambling laws, in particular regarding safer gambling, of course?
Yes, safe gambling is... you can find safe gambling in 3 different laws: the gambling law, the ordinance, and the regulations that we have written ourselves. That is the general advice on responsible gambling. And it's fairly easily read. For me, who started with this for 1.5 years now, and had not, as I'm not a lawyer, this was my first insight into how to regulate responsible gambling. I've been working with gambling for quite some time, but not with the laws. And I found them very straightforward. And having listened today, I just want to say that this is also something that all the things that we have talked about today is also written in our regulation, coming to time limit setting and bonus, and for each article. And it's quite easy to supervise, I would say, which is essential.
Right, thank you very much. Just one question with respect to evaluating success, quality of measures applied to protect players. Is there something like a frequent evaluation of the law, of the regulation and the market, where you try to review numbers, compare probably, if you have access to such figures, if there is traffic going outside of the market, and consult with the industry to probably see if there's reason to change things? Do you do this frequently, or is this just something that will happen in the near future at some point?
I would say both. I wouldn't describe what we are doing now as a structure evaluation, ongoing evaluation, in the sense that we are measuring the effects of each thing. We have proceeded so far that we have done supervision on a different article, like bonuses, and now also the duty of care. And so that will fill in the gaps that we need to know, like where is the limit? How are we going to interpret this specific article? And that is necessary. So there we have and of course they have been appealed. So they are now in the first grade of our court, and there was a decision in all these cases. So this is a guideline for the companies, of course, how to proceed in these particular articles. But we also have this continuous conversation, or not conversation, but it's meetings with the companies to discuss issues that comes up. And particularly when we came to this, concerning this article with duty of care.
Are you happy with your license industry? Because we see news not from Sweden, maybe UK and others, where huge fines were imposed against operators. Recently in September, 70 million, I think it was British pounds, against one operator for failures against responsible gaming. Also AML regulation back in 2020. Do you have similar issues in Sweden, or would you say they're almost compliant?
I would say it's similar, we have a frame law, and that means that we are supposed to do this. This is what our government expects us to do supervision on each item to actually proceed in how it's going to be interpreted. So we are going to both have high fines because they are regulated in relation to the earnings, the turnover for the companies. So they look very high, but it's in proportion to their own turnover.
Thank you very much. Christina, Cyprus has recently very progressively introduced your players' protection regulations. What's the main change that the regulation will bring, and what else have you been working on? So constantly reviewing and changing and improving things.
Yeah, so we just recently published the regulations for the protection of players, vulnerable groups, and pathological players, or players protection regulations. And we wanted to codify the emerging best practices from the field of safer gambling, as well as explore new ideas in safer gambling, in order to enhance the sustainability of the market and manage the shift in expectations both from the players, the operators, and the public in general. So we set down the minimum requirements in 4 areas: information to the players, the tools they have in their disposal, the limits they can set, and also the protection of minors. I'll just quickly mention some of the major changes. So one of the changes is the proximity to information. So now the total net balance of the player needs to be no more than 1 click away. Also, the player needs to have prominent access to their history. Also, we have set down mandatory deposit limits that need to be set during registration or on first login. And we also have like a universal web address that ends the same for all operators. So it's .com.cy/measures. So the player knows that wherever whichever operator they choose to play with, they always can go to the .cy/measures and find the available tools to them. And this needs to be no more than 2 clicks away. And then we also introduced some new provisions for the land-based operators. So we have age verification, it's made more strict. So anyone that looks younger than 25 years old, they need to, the operators need to check their IDs. And also the betting premises need to have unobstructed view on the inside. And we also have like other changes such as betting slip signposting on the back of the betting slip, and then requirements for the website of the operator. So they need to have include information on safer gambling, include information on where to get help, a self-assessment questionnaire, so these things. And then a major change was the introduction of risk profiling and categorization of players. So the operator needs to base any interaction they have with a player, it needs to be based on the risk profile of that player. So we haven't defined like clear markers on how to do categorization of players. We didn't want to be prescriptive, and we wanted to be quite flexible with it. I see Brandon is really, you're agreeing. So we wanted to give the chance, because we have both local and international operators, we want to give them the chance. It's a learning curve for both of us, the operator and the regulator. So at some point we will introduce KPIs and of course specific criteria
and parameters. But at the moment, we really want the operators to prove the effectiveness of those measures, be able to prove that they actually work. So basically, the regulations, we want it to be flexible, we want it to be adaptive and be proactive rather than reactive, because a lot of times the regulators are accused that are being reactive and rather than proactive. So a lot of the regulation, the majority of the content has the option for us to draft a directive. So basically that's for the players' protection regulations. We're also now at the last stages of implementing our national exclusion platform. It's built so to be future-proof. So as our chairwoman mentioned this morning, we want to include in the near future, we want to, it has the opportunity, the possibilities, this platform, to include people that are automatically, they take employment benefits, unemployment benefits, or people that are diagnosed with gambling disorder, immediately they are included in the list, or even people with conflict of interest, such as athletes that cannot bet on their sports. So the last piece of, it's not a regulation, it's more of a strategic direction. We through our newly established safer gambling strategy, we take it through a public health lens. So it's not just the players, but we're looking like the gambling-related harms to the affected others. And if we safeguard the players, if we safeguard the protection, the safety and the health of affected others, then it's a holistic approach to be able to protect society as a whole from any negative consequences of gambling and keep it a fun activity.
Pretty much going into the detail. One question, because I found this very interesting. So if I'm unemployed and I'm trying to assess a land-based casino, I will have no access because I'm automatically listed in that player-bearing system that applies to all sectors, I assume, of the gambling industry? So the National Exclusion Platform at the moment, it's built, it's going to function for the online betting operators. And it has built-in features like that they give the possibility in the future to include these vulnerable groups of people and of course expand in other gambling areas in Cyprus. Right, thank you very much. Alan, the Netherlands, a bit more than 1 year experience with licensed industry. What are the key regulatory requirements from responsible gaming regulation in your country?
Sure, actually I think there were quite some similarities to what I've just heard coming from Cyprus, although there's no proposal to exclude those who are benefits from the license regime. But yeah, as you noted, the market has been open for just over a year now. It opened on the 1st of October 2021. There are now 22 licenses have been awarded, 22 license holders, because only one license per entity. Not all licenses are active, and there are quite a few dormant ones at the moment. But fortunately, maybe the Gambling Authority knew this conference was going to take place. They published a report on the first year on Friday, so I was able to take a quick look at that. And so in the first year, we have 1.5 million accounts and 563,000 active accounts, and the estimated monthly loss on average is €153. And apparently the gross gaming revenue is at about 81 million per month at the moment. So that's the market in its infancy. There are new entrants over the horizon. There are also new restrictions on advertising over the horizon. But for now, I'm just going to turn to the restrictions, or the measures rather, that operators have to take. So of course, there's also a duty of care to prevent gambling addiction to the greatest extent possible. But the regulations don't leave it to the operators to determine or interpret that requirement, but are quite specific in what operators, and also to an extent the Gambling Authority, have to do. So during the registration process, there's also the requirement that players must set limits for the time spent, deposits, and also the total credit on their account. So if I say I don't want more than 500 euros on my account, I have a lucky day, I win 1,000, then 500 is automatically withdrawn without my intervention to my bank account or my nominated bank account. So that also then ensures basically that, you know, the players don't have credit sitting on their account, but it gets automatically paid out. So the registration can't be completed until that has been processed, apart from the standard age verification, identity verification, and so forth. Operators are also under an explicit obligation to monitor player behaviour. So, for example, duration and frequency of participation, which games do players participate in, are they changing their limits, and so forth. The regulations are also pretty detailed in terms of the measures, the RG measures, which operators must be able to implement. So, okay, the more basic stuff, or more the earlier intervention measures, if you like, providing players with insight into their behaviour, providing them with further information, but also taking more invasive action, some would say. For example, not only advising players to set limits or change their limits, but also taking action without the player's consent, for example, excluding them from particular games for particular periods of time, and then also excluding the player from the whole offer at the operator's level, recommending that they register themselves in the nationwide exclusion database that covers remote but also casinos and the land-based arcade sector. And there's also the opportunity, there's also the possibility for operators to say to the gambling authority, this player represents a harm to themselves, they haven't listened to us about taking adequate responsible gambling measures, we've done everything we can, they should go into the exclusion register, they haven't voluntarily registered on our advice, please involuntarily exclude them. But we haven't seen yet how that's going to pan out in practice. And then for every intervention that an operator takes, they cannot offer a player a bonus for a certain period of time afterwards. So, for example, if you provide a player with information about their behaviour, you can't offer them a bonus for 30 days. And then the more severe the intervention, the longer the restrictions. So maybe you can't offer a bonus for 60 or 90 days. And if a player's been excluded, you can't offer them a bonus for 12 months after the exclusion has ended. So there are quite a few prescriptive requirements. But even before an operator gets to that stage, during the licence application process, they have to provide a whole swathe of policies, and two which are relevant for here are the advertising policies and the addiction prevention policy. And perhaps differently to other jurisdictions, an operator must have conducted primarily by a third party a so-called risk assessment or a risk analysis, and that analysis has to, on the basis of scientific methodology, analyse the risks associated with the games which the operator intends to offer, and that risk analysis then has to feed back into the addiction prevention policy. And at this stage, it's not just the operator doing this in their offices, they also have to engage with two experts at the local level. One, basically an expert in gambling addiction and prevention thereof, and also an expert, a so-called experiential expert, so essentially somebody who has gone through and suffered from problem gambling, excessive gambling in the past, and that person also has to be able to give their input into the policy. So I assume that the hope is that these policies will be more effective rather than just a paper-based exercise if there hadn't been this input.
That's very insightful. I want you to prepare a short answer to or a comment.
Yes.
The fact that there is a call for a total advertising ban in the Netherlands. I think it's interesting for everyone. But before we do that, I thought that we have some questions, and I wanted to use the time now to first take these questions and finally get back to you regarding advertising. So can we have the questions, please? Here we go. It's, do you believe that mandatory registration process of customers for land-based, maybe with cards similar to casinos, would help to control more the safer gambling process and identify problematic players that are now invisible? So it's not addressed to someone specific. Who would like to answer this? Probably Christina, maybe? Oh, yes, please.
I think we are probably going towards a kind of mandatory registration for casinos. At least some part of us at the authorities is now suggesting that. I think it's a good way to go, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult to help people who's showing a problematic, and identify and showing a problematic gambling problem, I would say.
Right. Would you like to add something?
I would say short answer, yes, of course it would help, because we talked so much about customer interaction, risk categorization on players' behavior, etc. But it does come with a lot of obstacles in doing so. I'm not talking about casinos, I'm talking about...
I think it's an inspiring question, because we have to define what registration means. Is it only verification or identification, showing your passport and being checked against the player-bearing system, or is it more like in the online sphere? Thanks for that question. Do we have more questions? No more questions? Fine. Then I have that final question for you, Alan. There's a call to advocate in favor of a total advertising ban in the Netherlands. Surprising me? What's behind it?
Yeah, this call has been aired since the end of last year, so immediately after the market opened, some new operators went crazy with advertising, particularly on TV, and there were some quite annoying adverts as well, not just the quantity. This also includes the two state monopolies who have a monopoly in the land-based who went online. And they basically annoyed Parliament, and the parliamentarians pushed the government for a ban on advertising. There is a proposal for a ban on untargeted advertising, and that sets the threshold so high that it is a de facto complete ban. But there's been a lot of pushback in the consultation process, so it'll be interesting to see whether the ministry sticks to such a high standard as it has proposed. There's a lot of good argumentation from a legal perspective. But it's also interesting because during the preparation for the Act, which came into force on the 1st of April last year, and what I've just been referring to, advertising was seen as a key element within all the appropriate boundaries and so forth, of course, to channel players to the legal offer so they can distinguish from the illegal. But now the minister seems to have said, oh, that doesn't really matter so much. We don't have any evidence of problem gambling within the new regime. Of course, there may be problems from before it was introduced. But nevertheless, there's going to be a complete ban. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much, my panelists. Please join me in thanking my panelists for their excellent contributions again. Thank you. Thank you. So the final panel of this conference is an interesting one for two reasons. First of all, for the topic. It's the public health approach in the gambling industry. And secondly, we have an expert moderator and two expert speakers, and both speakers will be joining us remotely again. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Konstantinos Stylianou, the Executive Director of the NNAC. The stage is yours, and we're keen to see what we can learn from you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. It seems that I'm the only one here because our fellow panelists are online, so I think it will be a bit awkward if I sat down there, so I prefer standing here. Hello and welcome. The issue we have now to discuss, I think that it signifies the shift, the change that is also explained by the chairman of the National Betting Authority in the morning. The shift from responsible gaming, responsible gambling to safer gambling, and at its core, this shift focuses on public health. And I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Mark Griffiths. He's the Director of International Gaming Research Unit in the Psychology Department of Nottingham Trent University. And also with us is Dr. Eric Lauderbach, right? Research and Evaluation Scientist, the Cambridge Health Alliance, and instructor in the Harvard Medical School. So welcome to both of you, and I will give the floor to Dr. Griffiths to begin with.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. We've been told we've only got 5 minutes to talk about things, so I was going to briefly look at gambling disorder as a public health issue here in the UK. And anyone that's been following my work for the last 35 years will know that I've been a strong advocate of seeing gambling disorder very much on the health agenda, not just here in the UK, but worldwide more generally. If you go back to my publications in the early 1990s, particularly when I was concentrating on slot machine gambling here in the UK, I often mentioned, if you like, some of the health consequences that were faced by gamblers, particularly those who I perceived to be addicted to slot machines here in the UK. But it wasn't actually until 2001 that I wrote an editorial in the Journal of Health Psychology, and that was the first time that I kind of crystallized my thinking about why gambling disorder, or well, then it wasn't called gambling disorder, we would call it problem gambling or gambling addiction. But in that particular editorial, I said that problem gambling may be perceived as a kind of grey area within the field of health compared to other types of addiction, and that general practitioners, they routinely ask patients about their cigarette smoking, about their alcohol drinking, but they rarely, if ever, ask patients or their clientele about gambling. I mean, it's just not something that's really talked about. And in this editorial, I also said if the main aim of general practitioners is to actually ensure the health of their clients, then it's quite clear that an awareness of gambling and problem gambling and gambling addiction and the issues surrounding it should be an important part of their basic knowledge. And one of the things that I said, and this is a quote from my editorial, I said that problem gambling is very much a health issue and that it needs to be taken seriously by all of those within the health profession, including health psychologists. Then a few years later, in 2004, I wrote an editorial in the British Medical Journal. And again, in that particular editorial, I argued that gambling hasn't traditionally been seen as a public health issue. And also in that editorial, I talked about some of the health consequences for people who are addicted to gambling. And I talked about things like gambling addicts experiencing depression, experiencing anxiety, insomnia, various intestinal disorders, migraines, stress-related disorders, and suicidal ideation. And some people might say that gambling is self-inflicted. I mean, we know that people who are gambling addicts have gambling disorder, can be very highly stressed, and as a result of that stress, they can experience stress-related disorders resulting in various health consequences. And it's been levelled at me sometimes is that, those kinds of people, is that, why should they get treatment when it's self-inflicted? Well, I would argue, we treat smokers who drink nicotine, smokers who smoke nicotine, alcohol drinkers who drink alcohol. If you go on a skiing holiday and you go skiing and you break your leg, we wouldn't say it's self-inflicted, we're not going to treat you. So for me, gambling is something that should be treated within within a health service. I also mentioned that editorial that even things like, people undergoing withdrawal from gambling, there are health effects that come from that, including breathing difficulties, headaches, the chills, muscle aches, heart palpitations, and loss of appetite. And in that editorial, and I quote again here, I said that gambling is without doubt a health issue, and there is an urgent need exists to increase awareness in the medical and health professions about gambling-related problems and to develop effective strategies to prevent and treat problem gambling. Then in 2007, I was invited by the British Medical Association here in the UK to actually, if you like, write their position statement and have a look at gambling addiction and its treatment within our national health system. And what I said in that then, it was a very long document. It was almost like a mini book, to be honest, but I made lots of different recommendations. And some of the recommendations I made were, one, is that treatment for problem gambling should be provided in the UK national health system, either as a standalone service or actually alongside other drug and alcohol addiction services. And I also said that it should be funded by gambling-derived revenue. I also made a recommendation that healthcare professionals should receive education and training, and within their general practitioner's training, in the diagnosis and appropriate referral for effective treatment of gambling problems. I also recommended that healthcare professionals should understand the importance of screening their patients, and it should be perceived to be that this should be for those who are at increased risk of gambling addiction. And I also recommended the provision of a nationally dedicated problem gambling treatment, advice and counselling service, both in and outside of our UK NHS system. And then in 2011, I did, and I think this is still the only kind of audit that's been done on gambling treatment within our national health system here in the UK, is that using the Freedom of Information Act, myself and Jane Rigby, we sent out 327 letters to every single primary care trust and foundation trust and mental health trust in the UK requesting information about problem gambling service provision. What we found, probably unsurprisingly, was that 97% of the trust didn't provide any service whatsoever for the treatment of gambling disorder, gambling addiction, problem gambling, whatever you'd like to call it, for treating those with gambling problems. And in fact, only 9 trusts out of those 327 that we contacted said they actually dealt and tried to treat problem gamblers at all. And only 1 trust actually offered dedicated specialist help for problem gambling, and that actually was indirectly funded by the gambling industry through donations from what was then the Responsibility in Gambling Trust and is now called Gamble Aware in the UK. And there was also some evidence that problem gamblers may actually get treatment via the NHS system if that person had another comorbid disorder, for instance, depression or alcohol problems, etc. And just this weekend, I went on, and this is the final slide I'll put on today, is I want to see what the current situation in the UK is for National Health Service treatment for gambling disorder. If you log on to their website, what they actually say is that people who have gambling problems can go to the charity GamCare. GamCare is actually a charity that I co-founded back in 1997. It runs the telephone national helpline in the UK. You can approach the National Problem Gambling Clinic in London, which is, was one of the first to open up its services for treating gamblers. You can go to, there is now a new service that's now in Leeds called the NHS Northern Gambling Service. So there are actually 2 clinics that are now operating in the NHS in the UK. They also advise people to go to Gordon Moody Association, which actually has 2 residential treatment facilities, one in Dudley in the middle of England and one down in Beckenham and Kent in the southeast of England. Also, it says that you can obviously contact Gamblers Anonymous, and there are over 200 GA groups in the UK. And there was no mention of private treatment on that website, but we do know there are a number of addiction clinics that do treat gambling as well. So I'll leave it say thank you much for listening and hand it over to Eric, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
So thank you very much, Mark. Eric, you have the floor.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Let me just share my slides here. And then, let's see. How's that? Can everyone see my screen? Yeah. Okay, great. Alrighty. So let me just follow up from Mark's talk here. I'm going to talk about public health approaches to reducing gambling-related harm, and I'm going to be covering sort of the multiple stakeholder perspective. So, thinking about operators, thinking about individual gamblers, thinking about researchers and regulators, and kind of how all of these stakeholders play an important role in reducing gambling-related harm. And I'm coming to you from Boston, Massachusetts in the USA. So quite a ways away. Thank you for having me. So just a quick introduction. As we all know, gambling is a common form of entertainment and recreation. It's legally sanctioned in most countries across the world. Most people who gamble actually don't develop problems, but a small percentage, anywhere from 1% to 3%, have also seen higher estimates around 5 or 6%, of people do fit criteria for gambling disorder. And public health approaches really use two mechanisms to try to reduce gambling-related harm. The first is prevention. So this is systems that are in place to reduce the potential for people to move from simply gambling recreationally onto gambling at risk or problem-related ways. And then treatment, which includes access to clinical resources and providers to help reduce problem gambling in people who are experiencing gambling-related harm. And Mark sort of finished up, I think, with a great list from the UK of treatment providers for people experiencing gambling-related harm. So today I'm just going to talk about the potential for gambling-related harm, how public health frameworks apply to gambling, and then what the role of multiple stakeholders are in harm reduction. So just a quick definition. So some researchers down in Australia, including Brown, developed this great graphic here, which kind of breaks down the dimensions of gambling-related harm. So, you know, we have what most people think of, which would be financial harm, and that could include things like debt or bankruptcy, and then a whole variety of other types of harms. I don't really have time to go into each one, but as you can see here on the screen, these are the different dimensions of harm. And they can range all the way from relationship problems to things like potential criminal activity. So if we think about prevention from a public health standpoint, the purpose and sort of way prevention works depends on where you are on the spectrum of gambling behaviors, right? So Schaefer and colleagues back in 2004 developed this really nice graphic, and this is really the spectrum of gambling behaviors. So moving from no gambling at all to healthy gambling, and all the way to unhealthy gambling. And if you think about kind of each phase in this spectrum, right, you have different types of prevention programs that might be effective. So, I've sat in on a few of the sessions at this conference. Everything's been really interesting. And I saw that one thing discussed has been safer play advertising, right? So to sort of counter a lot of the advertising that's on TV and other things like smartphones that just talks about gambling, as entertainment, you also have safer play advertising, which might be, encouraging people to gamble within limits or more responsibly. Secondary prevention is for people who are already gambling, and this might be in-game safer play features. So this could include things like limit setting features in-game, or maybe even like pop-up messages that remind people to gamble within their own personal limits. And then tertiary prevention, this is going to be, for people who already have developed problems. And like Mark mentioned, this might include something like a gambling helpline, or having treatment available for people experiencing problems. Treatment, so, once people do develop problems with gambling or even gambling disorder, there are certain treatment approaches that, can be used. So this might include like motivational interviewing. Very common would be cognitive behavioral therapy, which is what, most people think about when they think about psychotherapy. Medication for some folks. And then also tools such as self-exclusion or self-limiting features. And, just really quickly, before I get to the last slide, which is coming up, when you think about a therapy for something like gambling disorder, it would really be focused on developing coping skills. So, helping people to realize their gambling and maybe stop some of these urges to gamble if they don't want to. Another one would be sort of, helping people to challenge maybe some of these unhealthy thoughts about gambling that might preoccupy them. So, those are kind of some ideas for treatment. And then, just some key takeaways. So there's really a lot of benefits that come with a public health approach to preventing and treating gambling harm. Can help reduce problem gambling, of course, help people who are actually suffering with gambling disorder, enhance coordination among stakeholders, and like I said, that would include regulators, operators, researchers, treatment providers, give people tools to gamble more responsibly, and then also better understand the risk factors for problem gambling. It's really important to consider all stakeholders. I know this is a multi-stakeholder conference, and I'm excited for the Q&A coming up after. And, again, it really, I think, goes a long way to think about everyone who's involved in the process. And, research has shown that when people gamble, they do consider, stakeholders as having sort of a shared responsibility for ensuring safer play. So that's an important thing. And then, lastly, just really thinking about research-wise, I don't think gambling research should be limited to the UK or Australia or the US. I think we need to sort of expand the scope of public health research, and maybe even conduct studies right here in Cyprus. So I'll finish up with that and stop sharing my screen, and then I think we'll hopefully have a nice discussion about public health and gambling. So thank you.
So thank you very much again. Thank you, Eric. Being myself, I wouldn't call myself an expert, but in any case, an expert in policy, I would like to take this opportunity and use your brains as you are experts. And the thing that I would like to hear more about is what are the issues that should be taken into account when trying to implement public health approach for gambling, and how is this related to addressing other addictions? Because, of course, as you have mentioned, usually gambling addiction disorder coexists with other issues. So your take on that.
Who do you want to go with first?
Yep.
Okay, I'll start off. I mean, Eric might have a different view to me. I've always said that gambling doesn't occur in a vacuum. When we look at, if we look at, for instance, the incidence and prevalence of comorbidity with gambling, we will see that, problem gamblers have a higher incidence and prevalence of alcohol problems, drug problems, risky sex, depression, anxiety. So we have to have a more coordinated approach. I'm going to say one of the things I was mentioning back in 2007 in my report for the BMA is that, gambling can be treated alongside other addiction services because these things do tend to co-occur. So we do have to have a more coordinated and joined up thinking. My perspective on gambling has always been that where you increase access and opportunity to addictive behaviours, whether that be nicotine, alcohol, and gambling, where you increase access and opportunity, you tend to increase the number of people who engage in those behaviours. And as a result of that, although thankfully it's not proportional, you do tend to then see an increase in the number of problems related to those activities. So obviously from a policy perspective, you've got to think about what is the best way that we can, if you like, maximise fun in gambling but minimise harm for those who are affected by gambling. And, whether it's, increasing the tax burden or whether it's reducing the amount of opportunities that people have. But of course now, when I first started 35 years ago, we didn't have this thing called the internet. We didn't have smartphones. We didn't have tablets, laptops, etc. Now, of course, when we think about gambling as it is now, it's very hard to, if you like, limit the availability because anyone that's got a smartphone is walking around with a bookmakers or a casino in their back pocket. So it does mean that, when I see, for instance, in the UK, when people are trying to ban the opening of a casino or a bookmakers, to me, this, that argument is almost dead and buried now, because we are now living in the online age. I look at my own 3 children, they're all screenagers. They all spend a disproportionate amount of their day and their social lives and their work lives, for that matter, online. And we've got to realise this is how people do things now. And, in 20 years' time, the majority of people will be gambling online rather than going into casinos, bookmakers, etc. So when it comes to, prevention and treatment, we do have to have this kind of holistic, integrated policy that sees gambling as part of a lifestyle cluster of behaviours, because most of these behaviours, whether it's, smoking cigarettes, drinking alcohol or gambling, a lot of those people who have problems are using it as a coping strategy to deal with other problems in their life. And we can't necessarily just treat gambling on its own. We have to treat the totality of the person. So I'll throw it over to Eric now.
Thank you very much for that, Eric.
Oh, yeah. And, I think Mark makes some really good points about kind of this holistic approach, right? So not just thinking about gambling in isolation, thinking about the whole person and kind of their circumstances that they come from, and, recognizing that certain people might have particular risk factors for developing gambling-related problems, But, I think Mark makes another interesting point about technology and really how, we're in sort of an unprecedented world now, right, with smartphones and really this proliferation of mobile gambling. But, I think that also provides certain opportunities for public health approaches that, you might not have for things like alcohol or cigarettes, right? So with technology, right, comes the ability to have things like self-limiting features or self-exclusion features. And, no one would even imagine, countrywide self-exclusion from bars, for example, right, for someone with alcohol addiction. But now, with the rise in technology and things like platform-wide self-exclusion, I really think there's a lot of unique opportunities for gambling policy to sort of help regulate markets and really help to provide people with more tools that can help them to manage their gambling.
Okay,
so
thanks
those are
for
sort of
that.
my thoughts.
So, I don't know if there are any questions. There are, yeah. Oh, so, do our speakers see those questions?
Yeah.
Or should
We
I?
can see them, yeah.
You do?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So, we could take the one that is addressed to Dr. Griffiths first, and then we could follow up with a comment by both of you on the other two.
Okay, I'm going to have to read this out to myself.
Sorry. I thought you...
Sorry. So I'm
there's
being asked
a question
to agree.
to Mark that says, would you agree with the statement that currently it is quite the time to educate the decision makers in order for the prejudice to be eliminated and problematic gambling becomes indeed a public health issue, so that free access to health services is provided to addicted persons? So it touches upon the issue of stigma and, of course, the decision makers and policy makers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I hope that, everything I've done over the last 35 years, it isn't just about the research we do. If I do research, there's no point doing it unless it can be applied. And of course, I want that to be applied and be used by the stakeholders. I mean, when I was going to conferences 35 years ago, the idea that we'd have gambling operators and academics in the same room it just would never have happened. Now, of course, when we go to gambling conference, we see this multi-stakeholder approach. And, it's my job as a researcher to obviously try and use my research and apply those findings so that they are used by legislators, policymakers, government officials, service providers, and other researchers. That is our job that we should be doing. So in a nutshell, of course, I believe that decision makers should be educated. And of course, they are being educated, but they are often hampered by the resources they've got at their disposal to try and enact some of the things that we want to be implemented. In terms of, do I believe that gamblers should get free treatment within a national health service? Well, we have a national health service in the UK which is free at the point of demand. The fact that alcohol and drug addicts get that treatment for free at the point of demand, I don't see why gamblers shouldn't have that as well. I know in America, where you've got private health insurance systems, there is big debate about whether things like gambling and problematic video game playing should be seen as genuine health disorders, because that has implications for insurance policies. But here in the UK, we have a national health system. It is, as I say, it's free for anybody that wants to use it. And gambling is just one of the many behaviours that I think should be free at the point of demand. But of course, every single healthcare trust in the UK only has a finite budget, and then they've got to make decisions about how they spend that budget. And it's probably always going to be the case that people with heart problems, cancer problems, will always get money and get treated before somebody that has a gambling problem.
So thank you for that. Can we have the questions back, please? Until the questions show up, I should just say here that in Cyprus, because the question is probably from somebody here, in Cyprus, treating of addictions, including gambling, is free and provided by the state. So, so we have more questions yet. What do you think about sport sponsorships? Should it be banned? What does the research indicate? I will read the next one also. Since most of the problematic players do not realize or admit the issue, do you believe that the providers or even the regulators should take action directly and enforcing limitations instead of expecting from the user to take action? So these questions are addressed to both of you. So Eric, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I could take on the second one. So, I think it's an interesting point that, you kind of expect people to want to take action, to recognize that they might have a gambling problem. But one of the features of, gambling disorder is going to be sort of not recognizing or not wanting to realize that you're suffering, with this kind of addiction. So, I think, absolutely, operators can take action proactively, right? And we've seen this, I think, in the UK and sort of in some of the US, the really early sort of sports betting, which has recently become legalized. But the idea that if somebody's constantly exceeding spending limits, right, that might be operator induced, or if people are constantly maybe clicking on self-exclusion resources but not signing up, right? Operators can reach out to them, potentially by email or through other means and ask the people, how's everything going, right? Sort of just a warm check-in to see what's going on. Another option might be, provisioning responsible or safer play resources, right? Which might include something like sending an email to a customer and just, providing them with a list of the safer play features that are available. So yeah, I think, absolutely operators can take action proactively. And I've even seen a few instances where operators will, right on registration, they'll send out safer play resources too, so people can get involved early on in their gambling career, at least with that particular operator. I think with land-based, it's a little bit more difficult, right? Because with land-based, essentially anyone can go in and maybe use cash for their gambling transactions. But even with that, you can do things like hand out brochures, to people, or have safer play messaging that shows up on electronic gambling machines and so on. So
I'm just informed that we have only 2 minutes. So
yep.
Some brief remarks on your part, Mark? And
well, just in following what Eric just said, I mean, I'm a great believer that all gambling operators have a duty of care towards their clientele. Most of the companies that I've worked with, and I have worked with a number of online operators, is that they are very proactive using their behavioural tracking and account-based data to actually intervene in the case of suspected cases of problem gambling. For me, the issue of responsible gambling or safer gambling isn't just about problem gambling. It's about that, everybody who uses, gambling technologies and gambling products, is that obviously we want all of them to gamble within their means and for it to be an affordable, a safe and fun and exciting activity to do. In relation to the other question that was asked about banning sports sponsorships, I've published countless papers over the last 10 years looking at the relationship between advertising, marketing, and gambling. It's a really complex relationship, and quite interesting here in the UK, we've seen a 600% increase in advertising and marketing, but we've had absolutely no increase in problem gambling whatsoever. What we have seen is what I would call a displacement effect in terms of, so things like in-play sports betting has really come to the fore now. We know that in-play sports betting does have a high association with problematic gambling. And this is because the basic characteristics of sports betting has changed dramatically over the last decade. 10 years ago, traditionally, you would just bet on whether a team won or lost on a particular game. Now, of course, we have 60 or 70 markets on any one particular game happening at any point. People are not just betting on the outcome, they're betting who's going to score, the number of penalties, how many throw-ins, how many red cards. There are so many different things that people can gamble. And when you've got 4 or 5 matches that are back-to-back being played, it means that sports bettors can be gambling, for a 10-hour period, whereas traditionally, 10 years ago, they would just be making one discontinuous bet, on a particular match, which, is not associated with problem gambling.
So, thank you very much. I think that despite being the last point on the agenda and everybody being tired, we were rewarded by a very interesting discussion, even you being abroad and online. So thank you very, very much for your contributions. It was very, very interesting talking to you.
Really well done, thank you. Thank you. So, your panel and the contributions were one of my personal highlights today. It was brilliant, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We exceeded time a little bit. There's lunch waiting outside, so I will keep my closing remarks very, very short. First of all, I have to thank all our speakers and presenters and moderators for their excellent contributions to this conference. So please join me again, finally, for a wonderful round of applause. We were honored by the presence of the minister and his welcome address. We followed the wonderful comprehensive introduction of President Ioanna Fiakkou, who also introduced the situation in her country. Congratulations to the NBA for such a successful conference. It is successful because the crowd is big and nobody left the place. So I think that is an indication that it was at least interesting enough. We learned why it's worth to distinguish women in safer gambling, and we heard about latest technologies on automatic customer interaction. We've got the industry views on sustainable gambling, 2 remote presentations on providing the analysis on customer data and customer behavior, recent developments from the industry side, from the industry's perspective, and what happens in various jurisdictions in terms of safer gambling, remote gambling, and then, of course, the state of treatment options under public health and player behavior, and also these two remote presentations on the developments in terms of figures, in terms of analysis of that market. All very interesting. I think hopefully you share the opinion with me. We received a lot, and I'd like to thank you again, all the presenters and all the contributors to this conference. Finally, I have to thank you for being here. The audience is the most important part of every conference. There would be no conference without delegates, so thanks for coming and thanks for being loyal and waiting until the end. Please make sure that you fill out that evaluation form of the overall success of this conference. You can do so by using the Conference app or website. If you do not want to use your computer, you should find some papers just in front of you. There's lunch outside, and with that, I thank you again for being here, and hopefully you will attend one or the other events of the Safer Gaming Week. Look at the website to find out the agenda which might be interesting for you. See you next year. Thank you.
Το παιχνίδι είναι διασκεδαστικό μόνο όταν σκέφτεσαι από την αρχή τα όρια σου. Είναι ασφαλές μόνο όταν βλέπεις ότι παίζεις σε νόμιμο περιβάλλον. Είναι ευχάριστο μόνο όταν ακούς τη λογική και όχι το συναίσθημα. Το παιχνίδι παραμένει παιχνίδι μόνο όταν μιλάς ανοιχτά γι' αυτό. Το ασφαλές παιχνίδι μας αφορά όλους. Δήλωσε συμμετοχή και έλα στην εβδομάδα ασφαλούς παιχνιδιού 3 έως 9 Οκτωβρίου. Ενημερωνόμαστε, συζητάμε, θέτουμε όρια. Παιχνίδι είναι, θέλει όρια. Διοργανωτής Εθνική Αρχή Στοιχημάτων.